I forgot how scary that countdown video is.
Quite fitting.
It's creepy. Hi, everybody. As you can see, I'm not Matt, the regular DM for this particular stream.
How dare
Imposter! His inevitable arrival. But welcome to Be Diced. Welcome to Be Diced. Welcome to Be. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Matt.
Look what you started, Victor.
What?
I'll try that again.
This is all your fault.
Because I didn't. I was
places. Everybody reset. Back to.
All right, back to one.
Wait, I forgot my line.
This is the Dimensional Ding Dong Diary of
Michael, I swear to God.
I'm listening.
This is a story about a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. No, that's another song.
A girl in front of a boy.
And then the whole world
pretty sure that also
asking to roll for initiative.
This is it's right below me. The Dimensional Dial of Dr. Go Diego Go. I
might actually murder someone tonight.
Got it in one.
That's it.
Okay.
And that's a wrap. Everyone, see you all next week.
That's a wrap. Big
We
thanks
don't
to
edit
everybody.
this.
You can edit post production. It's fine.
That's
game.
not
Great
how
game,
this runs.
But as you can see and probably hear and observe, I am on 5 hit points in real life.
Hey, same.
Is that holy
But
water?
you don't have to listen to me anymore because watch this magic trick as I turn into Matt.
I see a Matt.
I knew it was Matt all along with the changeling.
Oh
We're almost
God.
there. Connect Bluetooth.
Hi.
Hi.
I love that I'm
hi.
actually
Yeah.
shaking, so I had the like chattering of the fucking teacup in the plate moment.
It'll buff out.
Hello.
I am the teacup aesthetic. Hello,
Oh, hi.
Maticus. We've missed you very much. So happy to have you back. It's going to be great. We're all going to need to be traumatized, and we're all going to love it, right, gang?
Taylor,
Right,
wrong
gang.
character.
I know.
We're dying. We're dead. That's
This is when we find
We're
out
not-
that Grendel is actually playing Taylor on a daily basis.
Surprise.
You're not entirely wrong.
yeah, we
So anyway, hello.
Hi.
Welcome all y'all to the To Be Diced Adventures Wednesday night event of the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. I am your Dimension Master, Matt, also known as War Torn Knight, out on the interwebs. Fashionably late as always. We love it.
It'll
And
buff
I
out.
am joined by the best peoples that have ever peopled in the history of people. Starting with KJ.
Hi, I'm sick. I'm KJ.
Hi, sick.
I'm
It's a
sick.
pleasure
I'm
to
dead.
meet you.
Shut the fuck
I mean,
up.
I'm sorry. It's a pleasure to at you.
Shut
Wow.
the fuck up. Hi.
My introduction.
Hey, take 2. Hi, I'm KJ. You can find me on most social media at kj.cosplay. I play the party's child, Petrichor and Riley, 2-in-1 package deal. Sometimes Riley, who is our party's rogue, sometimes Petrichor, who's our party's cleric paladin. And maybe I'm in trouble. I don't know. I legitimately don't, and I'm kind of terrified.
You're never a
So
maybe.
Or doppelganger.
There are
You
no
and
maybes
us
in this
all.
game.
You're kind of terrified? I need to try harder. Okay.
Okay, I misspoke.
That's it.
Dick
I'm
pic.
absolutely terrified.
All right. They're definitely a doppelganger.
Victor.
¿Qué? Hola. Hola a todo el mundo. Un placer conocerlos a todos. Mi nombre es Víctor Manso. Me pueden encontrar como Victor_the Story Weaver en TikTok y de ahí pueden ver las otras redes sociales. Yo voy a estar haciendo el papel de Borrow, el monje y que también es ciego. Lo pueden ver aquí. Y si necesitan que les traduzca en inglés, I will try it in English. In English, it'll be hi.
My Spanish went a lot farther than I thought it did.
Yeah, I'm Victor _the Story Weaver on TikTok. I play Borrow, the wandering monk, and yeah, be afraid.
Smash.
Be afraid.
I could have followed for some of that, but I just got lost. I was just like, yeah, this is a good time.
Understandable.
We like this.
Lost in the sauce.
I was literally talking to some of my coworkers over the fact that I want to learn Spanish so that I can talk to Victor in Spanish just whenever.
I'll try to learn myself.
Oh, we're talking code. I like it.
Listen.
Speaking of talking code, Tarzan.
Your face
Oh,
is-
hey. Hi. That's me. I'm Tarzan. Hi, how's it going? I'm just a regular average Joe bartender turned Clucky McCluckerson.
Like you do.
He's a 4-year-old chicken. The actual youngest of the party. Actual youngest. But he's built like a fucking 40-year-old. A 40-year-old bodybuilder with an arsenal to dwarf Conan the Barbarian. Hi. Daddy Tarzan 8255 on all social media platforms. Come find me. Be warned, there's traps.
And moving over to our guest for this arc of our wonderful story here, Oz.
Is this thing on? Yep.
No.
Okay. All right. Hi. 3 exactly years ago, I, Oz Magnificent, was born. And I have come to bless this campaign with darkness and a little dash of chaos. As Sol Arkin, the resident elven artificer, patron to this party as they traverse the undead realm. Oh, it's so dark in here. Okay, just saying. Anyway, take it away, Taylor.
Wait, I think the microphone was off. Can you repeat it exactly the same way?
hang on.
Oh, you know what? Never. We'll fix it in post. Don't
Oh,
worry.
okay. Yeah. We'll edit that shit out. Yeah, it's fine.
We like to have fun.
Introducing chaos?
Yeah.
Sir, good sir. This party has been nothing but chaos from the beginning. Anyway,
11. Okay, that's what we're doing tonight.
This party
I feel
started
like
with
11
a
was
crossbow
the
bolt to
starting
the foot.
point, and it like kind of like the wacky inflatable waving tube man.
Yes.
It started out just like the sad little sound of the fan going, and then at this point the whole thing is just it is.
Listen, this
chaos.
whole campaign's been the epitome of chaos when it started out with a crossbow bolt to the foot. That summed up the entirety of this campaign.
Are you saying this is all Xanthi's fault?
Without derailing this game in the introduction.
Anyway, sorry. Hello. How are you? My name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on all social media platforms, mainly TikTok and also Instagram. I do cosplay, special effects, makeup, random D&D stuff. Currently, Ivara lore from our amazing Frontiers of Eberron, which is going to be streaming on some Sunday in the future. I guarantee it. January. That's all I can say. But I play Xanthi. She is our draconic sorceress who is a former alcoholic, currently sober, and just trying to understand what the hell is going on outside of like no longer having to deal with sobriety. She's now having to deal with everything else around her, and I don't think she likes it.
Beautiful. I love you, chaotic or deranged motherfuckers. Every single one of you.
It's all of the above, but we appreciate it. We love you too, Matt.
Beautiful. Alrighty. So, without further ado, last time on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago, absolutely nothing of note happened. Anyway. The party had to try and find the missing blind monk and literal child of the group. We had a nice little, not really chase, more like a follow scene, because it wasn't really chasing, it was following, where Barrow and Riley were sneaking around. That's a little too much. Let's back that music up. How about that one?
Back to post.
You guys, some of you began to chase on wings, while some of you decided now was a good time to play Grand Theft Auto and straight hijacked somebody's flying carpet. Y'all continued forward, trying to get close enough to get some intel on the carriage that you're eventually meeting up at a sort of halfway point of this land and trying to
Hold on, Matt. You're talking into a soda can right now.
You're cloudy.
How about now?
Better.
That's better. That's better.
Okay, seriously, we're better.
Yeah. Now you're good.
It doesn't sound like
So-
you're underwater anymore.
Yeah.
Where should I pick up?
Take 2.
Carriage. Last word we could hear clearly was carriage.
Carriage. Yes, you guys were following carriage. You were trying to figure out how best to get close to this carriage, and instead of coming up with a plan, somebody turned Clucky invisible. The child went and snuck off on their own, and then Borrow decided to just straight talk to them.
Listen, we're a party of action, okay?
Yeah, about that.
Clucky's over here flying in cops' faces and being like, "Hi, how's it going? You can't
I
see
thought
me."
Clucky was preoccupied by flying on the rug right now.
Well, we're back at the house, the compound.
Oh yeah.
Well, somehow this all turned out in some way, shape, or form beneficial, because the minimal planning that actually happened, which was Riley handing out some spies' murmurs to keep in communication with some people, allowed Borrow and Clucky to communicate, albeit strained, while their interactions happened. Riley did hear a little bit of what was happening in the carriage before sneaking away and over the side railing. Borrow managed to convince his way inside of the carriage and actually had a lengthy conversation with the former High General herself, which was not stressful at all for anybody involved. After which he was able to return to the party. Riley decided to take a slight detour, not wanting to be with some people as they feel like they are, well, how do we put this diplomatically? They're not exactly being treated the same as other people in the party. And that's the last thing that happened, right? Yep.
My brother in Christ? No.
Yeah, totally. That was it.
Brother in
That was
Christ.
it.
No,
That was
no,
it.
no.
That was it.
Incoherent
conversation
angry noises.
That was it.
With a mysterious stranger happened, and I don't know what everybody is so upset about because Riley returned to the party before everybody went back to Soul's shop. And then Riley heard a menacing voice just say lies. But anyway,
Nothing to worry about.
what will the party's next move actually be? Are they going to assist Aristina in robbing Jerry the Goose, or are they going to be helping Jerry get the shield from the former High General herself? And who was that individual that was talking to Riley? These questions and more have yet to be diced. We return to the scene, picking up as one by one and occasionally two by two. Everybody makes their way back to Altar Life. First people to arrive, Xanthi and Clucky, astride a carpet of flying, which Clucky is the most excited about. The person who actually can fly regularly is the most excited about flying.
Xanthi totally like straight up just Grand Theft Auto 5 that fucking carpet.
Shortly thereafter, Soul ends up joining, followed by Borrow and Riley. So, as you are probably aware, the first person that you would see absolutely would be Alfred, going about his business, just tidying things up in the shop, doing everything that he needs to do. But he is there to greet you and everybody else one by one as you all as you all return. So, what are we doing?
Soul would have apparated into the room. Just kind of looked around. Well, the shop hasn't burned down. That's a good sign.
Oh,
As
yeah.
is always.
Did we want to start a fire? I can do that.
No fire, no touching.
Well, you said you.
Ah.
I'm confused.
I think Riley, after walking in, will just keep walking downstairs to find whatever little pile they had set up of pillows to sleep the night before, and just sits down.
I will say, Xanthi, upon Petrichor / Riley disappearing and seeing Riley reappear, she will take the time. She'll kind of go downstairs, and she will just she'll be silent for a moment, and then she'll just kind of sit down, and she'll just kind of put her hand on top, and she goes, I just wanted to let you know that you did good today, kid. I always try my best to prevent things that happen to me to happen to other people who were young like you are, but I realize that just like myself, you may have gone through a lot of hell, and I need to recognize that as well. But I want to take the time to let you know that you did good, and that's all you really need to know. Get some rest, and if you ever need to talk, I'm here. And she will then just stand up, and she will go to walk back up with the rest of the group.
Barrow's probably gonna just watch as Riley goes downstairs, but he doesn't follow. And then he turns toward Clucky. Just to recap, we have like healing potions in the bag that Clucky's carrying, correct?
No, it's all in my
Mhm.
bag.
Oh, it's only your bag. Okay.
Yeah, Clyde doesn't have the bag of holding.
Speaking of which,
In that case, Barrow is just going to take a potion of healing that he has on his person. And Barrow at first is going to try to see if he can listen to Riley's heartbeat and breathing from upstairs, just to see if he can sense anything, either the heartbeat of Petrichor or Riley, which one, and whether or not there may be anything different from usual.
you're just gonna hand it over to me? All right. Sorry. Focusing your attention downward, you can hear Riley kind of shifting around, seemingly trying to get in a comfortable position and not being able to find something, like something's bothering them. And focusing on their heartbeat and their breathing pattern. Their heart is racing, and they're trying to maintain their normal breathing pattern, but is clearly failing to do so.
Okay. I'm gonna say that Barrow is probably going to stay upstairs by the steps that lead downstairs, but he's going to stay with the rest of the party above. Mm, So-
Soul. Oh, go ahead.
no, you can go ahead.
Just for context, Soul's going to be busying himself with his catalog upstairs. Just going through, making sure all of his stuff is in order, just in case he has to be gone for a long period of time.
Sensing the tension from the group, and given the recent events being centralized around the hatchling, Clucky, still with the carpet, trying to figure out how to get it to work, because he doesn't know how to.
Xanthi's already rolled up the carpet and put it away.
Nope, Clucky snatched that shit right the fuck back up. I'm telling you right now, he doesn't care. Like, give me that shit. I don't. But seeing that as the rest of the group returns and seeing Riley walk off, seemingly still physically upset, he kind of ponders to himself for a moment and, with the carpet in hand, follows in tow. He is going to stop just shy of the door of wherever Riley's currently holed up in, and lay the carpet down in front of the door and sit cross-legged by the door.
Oh my god, that's adorable.
Would you say that I could hear him?
Oh yeah, he's not quiet at all. He sounds like a walking armory.
This is valid.
Clucky is so not stealthy, he makes the floorboards of the concrete floor creak.
Damn.
But he would out if the door's closed, he's just gonna sit there staring at the door, cross-legged. By this point, the spiritual his spiritual guardians that he keeps with him at all times would probably collect around him in a little like cuddle pile around him, and just waits expectantly for the door to open. He normally has associated closed doors with wanting privacy, but so he knows not to go in.
He's like a dog that waits by the door. It's so adorable. Oh my god.
From the other side of the door, you just hear, "What do you want?"
I found something cool. Thought you would like to see it.
What is it?
Those cloth thingies that fly in the sky. I think the broken one stole it from somebody, or we. Or
Xanthi
the
will
point.
chime in and go, "Magic carpet, Clucky. Magic carpet."
I don't know what that means.
Repeat after me. Magic carpet.
Broken one wants me to say magic something. I don't know what that means.
Carpet. Carpet.
I heard you. Leave.
Magic carpet, Clucky. God damn it. Can I get that through your pea brain skull of yours?
Wow, too much. Too much, man.
Wow. Wow.
At this point, Riley probably hears Xanthi before Clucky gets the connection.
I thought you might like to ride with me. I don't know.
Last time you flew, you got in trouble by the law enforcement here, Clucky.
But we're inside. How can we get in trouble?
Do you really think that Soul is going to let you fly that in here?
You think he can stop me?
From one of the lanterns that are floating around the room, you'll hear a disembodied voice say, "If you break anything, I will know."
I think this place is haunted.
Clucky, there's a lot more things haunted in this place, but I'll let you think what you want.
But
Maybe later.
I can't help but notice everybody's a little upset, and I don't understand exactly why. You seem just as capable as me, albeit a little smaller. And everybody yells at me when I get into fights, but like I don't know. You manage to stay out of fights, and you're way sharper with your head than I can be. I just wanted to try and help you feel happy. I don't know. I couldn't help but notice Papa talk to you like he was your Papa too. And
Well, Clucky, it's complicated. You know how Caliban looked like your farmer?
I
Well, I looked like his daughter. I'm not, but I look like her. That's why, but he's not my dad. And if you want to help make me feel better, maybe try explaining to everybody else how I'm valuable, because they're having a hard time seeing that.
well, I've always wanted what do they call them? A sister, and I guess like you're probably the closest thing I could have to one. I'm sorry, that was what the first thing I related when Caliban, as you say, Papa.
You hear everything on the other side of the door go silent when you say sister.
It's hard growing up the way I like this. I didn't have a lot of friends. It's kind of hard. Papa told me that he used to see, he saw my kind in his travels, but we didn't live anywhere near where I could grow up with with others like me. So being that I've only seen 4 summers and 4 winters and 4 autumns and 4 springs, and how quickly I grew in comparison to the other children, it made me feel separated. I think isolated is the word.
You hear footsteps walking towards the door.
But I see how valuable you are. I wish I could be as quiet and as stealthy as you are. I'm just too fucking big, I suppose. I don't know, but
The door cracks open a little bit, and you can see their small frame kind of clutching onto the handle. You're younger than I am?
I have seen 4 summers, 4 winters, 4 autumns, Four Springs.
You're 4. You're 4 years old.
Yeah. That's, I believe. I don't know how to read or do the numbers, as Papa called it.
I'm not good at math either.
But being that in some way, again, this is beyond my understanding, but in another world, we could potentially have been brother and sister. So I just wanted to let you know that's how I see you. You're like my big little sister.
The door opens further, and Riley grabs one of your fingers and just kind of gently pulls you into the room and closes the door behind and just kind of leads you over to this just amassed pile of pillows that they've shoved into this little huddle, and just kind of sits down in the middle of everything and kind of pats the spot next to them.
Alphonse is also in this room, chilling in the corner.
Because of course it needs to be more wholesome. There needs to be the
I mean,
family
come on.
dog.
A family blink dog.
Clucky will take a seat, and you'll see. Even if you close the door before the chickens could get in, they just pass through the door and follow in suit, kind of flocking around the two of us. There's the big one that you've seen repeatedly have turned into Caliban at times, sitting to the right of Clucky. And he just sits cross-legged with you.
So this revelation that I just had, I'm going to pass on to Riley because I feel like it's just going to be even more wholesome.
Uh-huh.
Clucky said that he's seen 4 springs,
Mhm.
4 summers, 4 falls, and 4 winters, which means that the 5th spring is coming, meaning that his birthday is in spring.
Mhm.
Clucky's going to be 5 soon. Do with that what you will.
Oh, I collected that information. Trust me. After you sit down, Riley pulls out. Matt, I know that we had a conversation about whether or not Riley had any of her belongings with her. And you
I
told me
believe-
no. However,
Are you trying to schmooze me with wholesomeness?
listen, I've talked to you about wanting to make this prop for a very long time because I think it would be wholesome as fuck, because I have a shit ton of dino stickers and I'd love to have like a notebook for Riley that has stuff drawn or written in it.
Even though it breaks the canon because it's wholesome.
Hell yeah. From the bag of holding, you see this. How the fuck do you describe a notebook to someone who's never seen a fucking notebook?
Well, Clucky does have.
How
a
do you
book.
describe a notebook to a chicken?
It's different.
Yeah.
So, like one of the spiral-bound notebooks,
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
modern spiral-bound notebook, that has a green cover. There's stickers stuck all over it. Some of them are like half faded. Some of them are rubbed off. Some of them look like they just got put on. She flips open the notebook and tucks the cover behind, and you see, in a language you've never seen in your entire life, except for briefly on signs in the post-apocalyptic dimension, these scrawlings across the page with a couple of doodles that are clearly fucking done by a 10-year-old. But having kind of looked up at you, you said you don't know how to read, right?
The words, yeah, no, I don't. It's kind of made things hard sometimes, especially when Papa wanted me to go to the market with to grab stuff.
And you see this mischievous twinkle in their eyes, and they kind of smile a little bit. Well, outside of Crow, who is kind of gone, I'm the only one who knows English. Which I'm surprised you guys could. So, I don't know the equivalent for you guys, but it's a language. So, like, I speak English, but you guys can still understand me, which is weird. And I can understand you guys. But, like, each of you has a little bit of an accent outside of, like, normal English.
Common?
Sure.
That's what Papa called it. Alright.
So, I'm the only person who knows English. So I could teach you that and teach you to learn to read English. And then, like, we could write notes to each other. And even if one of the other people in the party, like, snatches it, they won't be able to read what we wrote.
So what you're saying is we could have secrets between the two of us?
Yeah.
I'm fucking in. Let's do it. I want to learn.
So
sneaky.
in this, the only examples of written English Riley has in this notebook, which looks to be kind of journal entries, but like journal entries from a 10-year-old, just sits down and starts trying to teach Clucky how to read English.
Clucky's just bewildered by the lettering, and I think he ends up he'll take the pencil from you or a pen and try and replicate it in his own handwriting. But it looks like chicken scratch. But he from how Caliban taught him, the best way to learn is to repetition, doing the thing you're trying to learn over and over again until you learn how to do it. So
I think what Riley will start with is like the ABCs and just teaching you to write each of the letters with like the stupid ass line repetition that kindergartners do, and just starts you with that. And then if he feels confident enough, moving to simple words, like 3-letter words.
Oh God. He's gonna learn. He's gonna learn today. But yeah, I think he would take some time trying to do this. Meanwhile, while this is going on, more spirits would start to apparate around the group, as Clucky's like really honed in, and his focus kind of draws more spirits to him.
Chicken doing down there? There's so many more.
Oh yeah, it would be all throughout the building too. Like,
Xanthi is more just sitting here. She's like, why are there so many more poultry guys than there should be?
This turns into a fucked up version of Oscar Wilde's The Birds.
I fucking love it.
What's going on?
They're just hanging out on top of tables and the hearth and whatnot.
I'm just imagining the more flustered Clucky gets with learning the English language, the more irritable the birds get, and there's
But I think Clucky would probably only have enough focus to be able to do like do the ABCs all the way to the end, and that's about as far as he would be able to get without becoming physically frustrated. And I think that would probably be the point where he's like, all right, I need to take a break because this is.
And it's just because I think it's funny. As Riley's trying to teach you some of these things, you actually, like, when they're first writing out the alphabet, you see they have to stop a couple of times to remember which letter comes next, and you hear them hum a little tune in their head.
Why is it bad that as an adult I still do that?
I do. And then they'll continue on with it, and like with like P and Q, they write it backwards for each of them, so they look like they're in the wrong place. Like, nope, that's wrong.
You see Clucky's scribble that's trying to match yours. Fucking undoes the Q and P as well. Oh, that wasn't supposed to. Oh.
Why do these look the same, but not the same?
I'm sorry, Kathy. I get confused with it all of the time. I only got so far.
If not Q, why Q-shaped?
By that point, once we get through all the way to Z, that's probably when he's ready to call it quits. You know, tension of a 4-year-old. He's gonna get get upset and start wanting to do something else.
So while class is in session, what is everybody else doing? Or are you all just glued to the door listening?
They're all outside just listening to the two of them.
I will say, Xanthi, after coming back upstairs, she'll take notice that Clucky has like kind of disappeared down with Riley, and Xanthi is gonna be like kind of like they're gonna do their best to respect like Riley's space, because they know Riley is not like Petrichor. Riley is a scared child, and she's gonna pretty much, the only thing Xanthi knows how to go about like any sort of children in the apocalypse is how, from her perspective, which is if they'll come to help, they'll ask for it. But as sad as that is, and so Xanthi's just gonna kind of let it play out until they feel they need to step in.
I'm gonna say borrow for whatever time remains since the moment that he focused on the heartbeat and hearing Riley and or Petrichor. A lot of his focus is going to be on that, although he does have a moment where a brief smile takes his face, and then he relaxes a little bit when he sort of hears the exchange between Clucky and Riley happening downstairs. I'm
loving these comments on
Lots
Twitch.
of being a parent.
I'm going to. Borrow is actually going to, without moving from his position, he's standing close to the stairs. He speaks toward Xanthi. He just voices, "Any advice?"
Xanthi, she's clutching a glass of water at this point, and she's just kind of slowly sipping on it, and she kind of sits there for a second, and she goes, "You were all kids once. I know for a fact, even despite the situation I was in, I thought at some point I would have control of my life, but I never really did. And as much as I would want to try and prevent any sort of horrible thing happening to Petrichor or Riley as a whole, there's already bad things that happen to them, and I don't think there's any stopping it. So I think instead of trying to protect them at some point, give them time to realize the situation that they're in and let them find their own meaning of survival with the skills that we managed to collect. But we can't force that on them because they're the ones, if I know more than anyone, kids just want to have control. We can't exactly give that to them without them completely losing their mind like anyone else, but I really can't give you advice, Borrow. Kids are unpredictable. If anything, they're just as unpredictable as adults can be. But at least we can try and guide them when we can. And honestly, I think you're better at that than I am.
Borrow stays silent for a moment. And then he walks toward you. He gently places a hand on your shoulder as he just very sincerely, with gratitude in his voice, he just says, "Thank you for the great advice, friend." And he casts guidance on you as he starts walking toward the door while taking out a book that he collected from a store not that long ago.
Ooh.
Xanthi almost looks a little confused by Borrow's response because, like, in all honesty, to her, Borrow has always been like the totem of knowledge, and she's already thrown off the fact that Borrow went to her for advice, which is something Xanthi never would see in the day of light. And then the fact that you follow up with, "Thank you for the good advice," Xanthi would sit there and she just she blinks for a second, processing what Borrow just said, and just goes, "Wait, are you serious?"
He pauses by the door and he tilts his head to the side. How much more life and how much more struggle do you need to survive, Xanthi, to realize all the things that you can teach and impart about still being alive? And without a word, he just walks out.
Xanthi just sits there silent, and you would just hear kind of a slight tap of the glass that was just hovering above the surface of the table, just kind of hit the surface for a moment. And the only thing, if, like, granted, Borrow cannot see this, but he could probably feel her heart rate kind of fluctuate for just a moment in almost like a realization. And if anyone is paying attention, Xanthi her eyes are welling up with tears for just a moment. She's only silent in response. To jail, Tarzan! To
Right away.
jail!
Right to jail. Right away.
Right to jail! Xanthi's just learning feelings, god damn it!
Oh, but fire.
Borrow is Borrow steps out just to the street right outside the shop, and he kneels. He sits on the ground and he once more has a moment. He puts his staff in front of him, and then he takes the book, the tome that he took. He's hand tracing on the cover and on the side of it. And then he holds it basically, he holds the book, it just facing up, closing his eyes, and just waiting to sense whatever gust of wind or breeze might be coming through before he sort of relaxes his fingers to allow the book to open. And under his breath, to himself, and perhaps to a deity that he spoke to or heard not that long ago, he says, "It's been a long time since I have felt this lost." And then he allows the book to open.
Just give me a d20 roll.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is a 19.
Oh, shit. You allow this book to fall open. And as you begin moving your fingers across the page, feeling the raised portions that are invisible to the naked eye, you start reading. This book is almost identical to the books that would have been at the monastery that you trained. And I don't think that I would be wrong in assuming that Barrow was by no means a master when he left. So you were taught lessons that do reside in these pages, but there are more lessons still. The page that you let fate open to is a lesson that we're going to flavor decisions that you made in the past that we have since changed our mind on. It is a lesson talking about the unpredictability of the wind and how one should never allow their movements to be too predictable, and how and when to use this methodology, which some people would say was akin to the same teachings that those who practice the style of drunken fist used.
Fair.
So you can relearn this lesson, if you will, about the nature of wind and its unpredictable nature. But I will leave it up to you to come up with an answer of why this page. That is, if Barrow would ask, why this page?
He would. I will say that there's like the part of me that it's the character, and there's a part of me that is the player that is like, don't do it. do this again. Borrow reads the particular lesson about the wind and the wind's unpredictability, and taking in that to heart in a moment as soon as he is done reading through like the beginning part of this lesson that he's reading about the unpredictability, he closes the book, stands up rapidly, and immediately aims to walk toward he tries to walk toward the shop of our shady fellow that wants the business.
Goose.
You're going to the Goose's Roost solo.
By yourself?
Because the wind's unpredictability, and so he cannot overthink. And that is the first impulse that comes to him as soon as he reads the lesson. And so he decides that he's going to apply the lesson right away.
Yeah, there
Is
are
he gonna
windows
teach
to
them?
this shop. Does
That's
Soul
hardcore as
or
fuck.
Alfred- does Soul or Alfred or Vuna see him disappear?
Oh man.
I will allow you to roll 3d20s, and in order they will be Soul, Alfred, and then Vuna.
May Xanthi also roll with disadvantage, considering that like she just watched like Borrow venture outwards? Because I will say she's not really worried about the youngling because they're downstairs with the chicken.
I'll allow it, and I'll tell you all this. This is you guys basically rolling if you just so happen to pass by a window or a door and be like, Borrow was out here and now he's not.
Okay, all right. Also, I really just want an excuse to roll with my new dice, but
Same.
so disadvantage or advantage, or disadvantage or flat roll.
Speaking of which,
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
quick shout out to our dungeon master who sent, I think, all of us dice. You know,
Yes.
collectively.
Mine has tiny skulls in it, so very.
If you can't tell, this is a tiny chicken inside of a big ass D20, i.e., Poultrygeist, along with little baby chickens in here. You know, keeping up with the theme of this beautiful bastard right here. We're off. Fucking thank you, Matt. You
Yes.
wonderful human being.
This is my first set of metal dice from the amazing Maticus, and it very much fits Xanthi. As the amazing Victor the Story Weaver stated, it looks like with the lightning bolts, it looks like they have been crushed or AKA smashed.
Crush me, lightning mommy.
So,
Alright, that's
for
an
the
11.
audience, Alfred rolled a 16, Soul a 12, and Vuna a 7.
Smash.
So that is an 11 for me plus. And are we doing perception or?
Sure.
Okay. That makes me feel a lot better.
Oh, we're adding? Hang on.
Yeah, if you got a bonus to your perception, go for it.
Do I have a bonus to my perception?
Boy, let me tell you.
Alfred rolled math. 22. Soul rolled 18, and Vuna rolled 13.
Noted.
So that would be a 17 for me, with an 11 plus 6.
Got it.
The second was a damn 19.
Clucky rolled a 19 to draw the letter Z.
He draws
You got
the
that
letter
one for
Z.
sure. All right. So what's Soul doing?
Again, Soul is cataloging everything in the shop, making sure everything has a proper place, making sure all shelves are restocked, whatever needs to be, potion supplies, just gearing up to leave the shop in general. And he's explaining things that's going down with Alfred.
Okay. So you're going through this. It takes some time. You're just going through things and then just talking about come what may. So at this point, with the exception of Riley and Clucky, everybody knows Barrow went outside. That's fine. I mean, he didn't say, "Hey, I'm leaving" or anything like that. He was just he took a step outside. People go outside. Soul, you start giving the rundown to Alfred. Voda is helping you whenever he can. And you are going through and cataloging things. And you are you're predominantly a smith, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're kind of cleaning up your station that you have for when you are working on larger metal pieces. And it's a small hammer that you're moving from point A to point B. And while it's in your hand, you feel in the pit of your stomach almost like for a moment gravity just increased.
So the opposite of vertigo.
It's a feeling you're not unfamiliar with.
Soul drops the hammer. It lands on the floor with a loud thunk, enough to dent the hardwood floor. I don't like this. He looks up at Alfred. Did you feel that?
I cannot feel vibrations of the floor, Master.
No. Before it felt like a heavy hand was pushing down on me. The weight filled with
That-
potential grim malice. I'm not sure.
Perhaps the Master is stressed.
No. Something is very wrong. And with everything that I've told you, I don't like foreboding feelings. Vuna, can you go outside and run perimeter of the shop for me?
Sure. I guess that is something I can do. And he leaves. And in your heightened state, actually, looking at numbers again, you are in a heightened state, but kind of just too long has gone by before Vuna comes back, so you send Alfred to look for him. And when Alfred returns, he says, Vuna is still making his rounds, but the blind one is not outside.
What? What do you mean, not outside? He's got to be out. He's blind. He doesn't go very far from the group ever.
Well, I did see him leave, but not like from the present. Hang on, let me change that. I did see him exit the door, but he was just remaining outside for some time, pondering a book. But he is no longer there, and I also do not see him inside.
For all the dark majesty of the knowing mistress.
Would we have heard the hammer dropping from downstairs?
That was one thing I was gonna ask, because if Xanthi heard the hammer drop, if
You want me to put the hammer down? I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Soul, I'll leave that up to you. Do you believe that A, the hammer was heavy enough, B, your floors are echoey enough, or C, the layout of this would put Riley and Clucky in a space where they could have heard this hammer?
As this is a magical hammer and it's heavier than it looks, yes.
I think hearing the hammer, Clucky just, as the noise happens, Clucky just sees Riley jump like 3 feet. A very intense reaction, and then just look worriedly towards the door.
did Xanthi catch anything with her 17 perception check?
Not before Alfred would have.
Ooh.
Even with
Saucy.
Alfred getting a 16? Okay.
He rolled.
I mean, plus perception was 22.
Ah, okay.
Clucky, being that we're both in the same room, he would react similarly, but not like jump. He would just, his head would cock to the side and bounce around, trying to discern exactly what was the origin of the sound. Seeing that only that sound was made, look over to Riley. I think something's wrong.
Should we go upstairs?
Yeah, you stay hidden though, alright?
I will say Xanthi, upon hearing the hammer fall, would just be like, Soul, what the hell is going on?
Oh.
From the lanterns around the room, you'll hear Soul say, whisper. The blind one is gone.
As soon as that gets said, Riley's up and sprinting up those stairs.
Xanthi, upon hearing that, she will again just turn to the door that Barrow exited out of, and she's immediately going to go out the door, and she's going to see if there is any remote way of her figuring out what direction he went.
Clucky, you stand up.
Anybody can try a survival check. Good luck.
I'll say Xanthi will go ahead and do a survival check, even though she's horrible at them compared to Clucky. Actually, I'm for survival, so.
Clucky would follow Riley, but not before grabbing the carpet off the ground.
23.
Once reach outside, he'll thump it into the broken one's chest and immediately go flying.
This is a big carpet, by the way.
Wait, what's going on? What just happened with
You've been thumped with the carpet as Clucky took to the skies.
So is Xanthi now like on the carpet?
Well, no,
you have
it
rolled
was
up
rolled
carpet
up.
in your hands.
He forcibly
Get out of the way.
Okay. Okay. Can Xanthi like roll to grab the carpet and just be like, hold on?
Well, he's not taking off with the carpet. He's giving it to you forcibly, like somebody walking by, just
Okay.
slamming it into your chest and going, take this.
Xanthi will take the carpet, and she's gonna see Clucky take flight. And does she see Petrichor, or does she see Riley come up at this point?
Oh yeah, like
so she's gonna put
in this like thing of speed, just towards the front door.
She sees Riley come up. She puts out the carpet. She climbs on and she goes, Riley, and she holds out and she goes, do you trust me?
Oh my god. You did not.
A whole new world.
You did not.
Yes, I did.
If this were any other okay, so here's what happens.
Easy, folks.
You
Folks
get
stay
on the
alive.
carpet. You get on the carpet, hold out your hand, and say, "Do you trust me?" You see this like And they get on the carpet.
Immediately, Xanthi pulls Riley into her lap, settles them down, and she goes, "All right, kid, you ready? You better hold on, because this is going to be crazy." And
They just like absolutely bear hug around your waist to keep on.
I'm sorry. Xanthi just gently places one hand on Riley's back and holds on to the carpet with the other hand and goes, "How like is it just a feeling? Like,
You mean to operate the carpet?
yes."
Technically, there's a command word that you're supposed to use.
She will
Which is why
turn to
Clucky has
Skull
not been
and be
able to
like,
use it.
"Skull, how do you turn this thing on?"
Well, each carpet is different. Each one has its own command word. How did you
Technically-
take off with it in the beginning?
Technically, she has used it before.
Yeah, but
Well, yeah,
it was
but they were already
activated.
getting ready to make
The
it
keys
fly.
were the keys were in the
The
engine.
second question is, have I by this time finally attuned to my flying broom?
Yes.
All right. Xanthi's gonna sit there.
Oz, you can give a message to Taylor, reminding everybody what that particular broom did.
Well, okay.
Because it's not just a broom of flying.
Right. So, are you mounting this broom as we speak?
Xanthi, upon realizing that she does not know the activation word for this rug, she's gonna sit here and she'll look at Riley and she goes, "Okay, hang on, kiddo." And she's gonna reach around back. She's gonna grab the broom. She goes, "If this rug isn't gonna fly for us, mainly because I don't know the magic words for it, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Maybe this thing will finally work."
So
That's
this
not how it
special
worked in
broom,
Aladdin.
this special broom,
Never seen the movie.
doesn't
kid.
actually have
Don't even know what a
a
movie
command
is.
word, and you would know as you were tuning to it with certain pitches would give it more, like it would light up more. So you would know
It's not a
at
command phrase, it's a command riff.
basically.
I
So
love
you
that.
would know. Do you have a favorite song that you were singing to it?
Well, so what I was gonna do with this situation is Xanthi will kind of sit there and she's been humming to this thing the whole time. And she's kind of, would I say within the time of her tuning to this, she kind of realizes there's higher vibrations with certain notes that this thing responds to, correct?
So in a certain order of notes, it would attune to you. So it actually imprints its own command word from you, or command melody from you, and it would light up. So the chorus of your favorite song, it would begin to hover.
Okay.
For what has happened behind the scenes, Victor, you are banned.
He broke 3 people at the same damn time.
Victor! Victor! Victor!
Look at
No! Xanthi is
Straight to jail.
humming that song to the broom!
Straight to jail.
Straight to jail!
I'll kick myself. It's okay.
No,
Go to
do not
jail.
collect
Go directly
$200.
to- Exactly.
I was trying to make
Anywho's.
this a lot more wholesome. Thank you very much.
I hold myself in contempt.
Oh my god.
So I would say Xanthi would kind of sit there and she's gonna roll up the carpet and she goes, "Okay, hold on. Let's try this." And she's gonna pull off the broom and she goes, "All right, come on, kiddo." And she's gonna let them center themselves and she goes, I'm gonna be honest with you, I have never flown a flying broom, so this is gonna be a first for the both of us. Are you ready?
No, let's go.
Okay, all right, me too. And so she kind of sits and goes, "Ah, ah," and she's kind of like going through like what notes seem to hit. And she kind of goes through like a bit of a scale. Da, 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 and finally it goes da, 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 and she'll kind of find like a bass note. And then she'll kind of adjust it a little bit further. And the tune that would seem to come from it would probably, and I'm just going to do this just for the fact of like, because like how I am seeing this is like the world that does not have magic still manages to pull realism of magic from other worlds, but it's just something that doesn't exist in that world, is how I would like to see it. So I would say that the tune that Xanthi kind of hums in order to activate this this broom, and it's not it would be da 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 da. And if anyone knows that tune at all,
I'm not.
it's a witch's broom. I put a spell on you.
Oh.
Nice.
And you would hear Xanthi just kind of go, like it would almost seem like like she kind of would feel the magic connection through. And again, it wouldn't be lyrics, but for her it would be go da 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 da.
I think from behind Xanthi, kind of picking up on the tune of it, you hear them mumbling lyrics with the same tune.
Does Xanthi hear those lyrics?
Sure.
Well,
Why not?
Okay, so does Riley know the lyrics is the question.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so I would say as soon as Riley mutters those lyrics, Xanthi would just kind of go, I put a spell on you. And she'll look back to Riley to hear the second part of what this spell would be.
And now you're mine.
And now you're mine. And I would say
as you
at that
sing mine, the broom starts to levitate, and the feathers that make up the bristles of this broom kind of detach, but swirl around the backside as it is primed now to fly.
you almost see
Yeah.
Xanthi's face kind of light up for a second. She goes, "Oh my god, we did it!" And she's gonna turn to Riley and she goes, "We freaking did it!" And she's just gonna raise her hand. She's gonna high five, like.
And in the same enthusiasm, they go to like full high five you and start falling off the broom.
And I would say the broom would like swish, but Xanthi would immediately have a hand around Riley while holding onto the broom, and they would just kind of flip right back upwards like a canoe flipping in the river. And she begins, okay, all right, let's go. And she's gonna pretty much do her best to just kind of like be humming this whole tune while like flying throughout the air and trying to find Clucky and follow him.
Beautiful. So, Riley and Xanthi are up. Clucky is up. Soul, what are you doing?
Soul, for the second time today, is going to cast Flock of Familiars, and once again, 3 ravens will come out from under his cloak and take to the skies in pursuit. There is a range of a mile, so
Got it. Alrighty. So before everybody takes off, 2 things. Number 1, this was long enough that you all got a short rest if you would like to gain any benefits from that. And number 2, because from absolutely everybody in one way, shape, or form at some point in time during this hour and 25 minutes that we've been playing, everybody has a point of inspiration.
Yay!
that's a record, isn't it?
Wait, Matt, do I get one for Petrichor and for Riley, or just for Riley?
KJ gets one.
Cool.
So whomsoever you need to use it with at the time. Jesus! I saw that, Victor.
Oh, what the song that Victor had selected for?
No, not that. That's oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Victor doesn't get inspiration because of what he suggested.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do.
Though I will say,
Well,
would
I'm not
be
happy
hilarious
about it,
if
but
that
you
was
do.
the song that got that broom up. Just like, that's a WAP. That's a WAP.
No, just no.
Wholesome.
Don't say it.
Wholesome.
Do not speak that into existence, you son.
Get a broom and a dustpan. Oh, WAP.
Oh no.
Before this gets any more unhinged,
It's all Victor's fault.
it absolutely is. You're 100% right. So y'all take off in search of Borrow. I will allow everybody to make whatever kind of check they deem necessary to try to find him. If you want to try survival or perception or I don't know, whatever you feel is necessary in how you are going to be looking.
Doing perception.
Just saying, depending on the skill, you will get different results and different DCs.
Do I roll 3 times for each raven or just the one?
They're going in different spots, right?
In a general like cone fashion, yeah, kind of just from the shop. In one,
Yeah, I'll give you 3.
Let's say north.
All right, what was the stipulations again?
You can pick whatever skill you feel is necessary to roll to try to find Borrow. You'll be getting different DCs depending on the skill and different results.
Does my aerial nature provide me any benefits?
That will be taken into account with the DC and the results.
Okay, cool. Because that's going to be a good girl 20.
A good girl 20. Ooh.
On perception, by the way.
Okay.
So your total is 20?
Yeah.
Our
Good girl 20.
perception people, you are looking around from your aerial views. There's a few times where you feel like you see Borrow, but it ends up not being him when you get a little bit closer. It's not. You're unable to really pick him out of a crowd.
It's just another old guy with a stick. Got it.
Kind of. Riley, with your insight. Because Riley does know Borrow. And what I will say, this is how I'll interpret this. Knowing what happened and knowing what you rolled. You are directing Xanthi everywhere you think Borrow would go. And Borrow's not there. And you talk to Borrow a lot. You know Borrow. So what you know now is that Borrow is not doing something that you can guess, that you can predict.
I think in the mild panic that Riley's in, trying to figure out where he went and just being enveloped with this sense of guilt. Still kind of sporadically looking in every direction, hoping she'll catch a glimpse of him somewhere in the streets, but not having, that pit in your stomach telling you it's not going to happen. We'll just kind of, in a quiet voice, say to Xanthi, "He's not doing anything he'd normally do. Something's happening."
I can't help but agree with you, considering that out of all of us in this party, Barrow is not one to just wander off. This seriously worries me.
I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, his whole motif is going where the wind takes him, but...
Well, what kind of ridiculous direction did the wind take him this time?
I mean, he's been trying to teach me in Petrichor some of that stuff. So, I thought maybe I could figure out where he was going.
Well, Riley, then you know Barrow more than anyone, both you and Petrichor. You, as a whole, what do you think the wind tells you? Where does the wind take you?
All the colors of the wind.
Close your eyes. Don't focus. I'll focus on driving. Just take a deep breath and focus on what the wind tells you. I know you can do it. You're capable of a lot of things, so tell me, where does the wind tell you to go?
I know. I know, Matt. I know. Uh-huh. 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 Oh, God. Okay. Well... Oh, how do I go about this? You see a lot of conflict on her face as she's trying to think, and the pit in her stomach just keeps growing, and then she has an idea.
Talk to me.
Well, he got to talk to Shade Watcher in the carriage. So maybe he went to her estate?
No, I don't see Barrow doing that. Barrow knows
He's not doing anything that we saw he might do.
I know, but
We
I
have
know
no
Barrow
leads.
wouldn't. But do you know that Barrow wouldn't pick a fight that he can't win?
No, but he will be diplomatic. That's his whole thing.
Yes,
if he
but
can talk
but
about things first.
But he knows not to push diplomacy. He's already done so. Even speaking to her in that carriage, going to try and pursue her further would only mean to irritate her. So where else would Barrow go outside of this? Think. What out of everything that Barrow stands for in this party, he stands to not only protect us, but you. What do you think what would make Barrow go off the rails like this? And I know it's not exactly the term, considering I've gone off the rails myself, but this is the term of Barrow going off the rails. I'm freaking worried. He doesn't just go off like this, and I don't know what's going on. And as much as I hate to ask for a 10-year-old or a child to see the perspective of this, but you know more than anyone else in this situation, and therefore that is why I'm asking you. Think. We don't have a lot of time.
Hold on.
There you go. You pissed off the child.
I'm not trying to. Xanthi is terrified because the only responsible parent has gone AWOL. And Xanthi's like, I'm not ready for this.
Oh boy.
And Xanthi will take the time to take a deep breath. She goes, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not angry at you. I'm frustrated and I'm scared. But we need to think outside the box. You know Barrow's box more than all of us, so what would be outside of it? Granted, I know he can't really see anything, but...
God. Jesus Christ. Matt, you're stressing me out.
Matt, what are you doing?
I'm only doing half of what is stressing them out.
It's true. I'm doing the other half.
Oh, then I'm only doing a third.
Wait.
That guy's doing the other third.
No, that's valid. That's valid.
I didn't tell him to do this. I just read a page of a book and he said, this is what I think it means. And now everybody's panicking.
In your head, you hear, oh, did anybody check to see if the house ate him?
Xanthi has one of the little things.
No, she does not.
Not okay.
Yeah, I was going to
The
ask
only
who actually
people-
had one.
Well, maybe no, it didn't get talked about. Riley had given one to Clucky and to Barrow. Barrow crushed his.
Uh-huh.
Clucky still has his, and I have one.
So
Clucky
Clucky's
doesn't
been
know.
talking to Riley right now.
Mr. Riley.
He doesn't know that.
They
And
gave
then
the
you-
kids the walkie-talkies.
It's the
It's
new
true.
Miyazaki
And-
movie, The Child and the Chicken.
So you watch as Riley looks like she's listening to something, and then like puts two fingers to her ear that has the earpiece on it, and just like looks like she's thinking really hard. And Clucky, you hear,
The house didn't eat him. The house would have eaten us too. That's not how this works.
Oh, I'm out of ideas.
Clucky, can you go check out Aristina's place?
Yeah, I don't know what that's at, but yeah, I mean,
Well, it's in the upper ribs, remember?
so I have to go reach into somebody's ribs to find it.
Clucky's gonna get arrested
No,
again. God
okay.
damn it.
Clucky. So,
and then
Cutting
in this
off.
like, in this very serious tone, like you hear the tone shift in your head.
so you know where we were at when I kind of disappeared and was hiding underneath the carriage?
Oh fuck yeah, I remember. Yeah.
So go further up that place, and then it's supposed to be this big manor. But be careful, because she sent somebody to watch us. So don't get tailed.
How? But I already have a tail.
No, I mean, okay, so in like spy movies, being tailed means that somebody's following you. So make sure that nobody's following you. So you should probably, try not to get chased by the
Should I-
cops.
Should I send one of my chickens to
Can you do
check
that?
on them? Yeah, I don't know how I've been doing it, but yeah, I've been doing it.
That's entirely valid because Clucky has done this before, but hasn't told anybody.
Yep.
He's just done it.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go up there, and you're just like at the top of that spiral ramp that we were at the top of the second one. Remember the second one? Okay.
I remember. Okay.
And then
Um,
from there, you're gonna send out one of your poltergeists to see if you can find her manor.
Okay. Real quick, am I gonna get in trouble for this?
No.
Well, last time those pointy ears got. It'll be fine. They can't stop me even if they want to.
So,
So-
Lucky, so when you're flying, there's
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like the lanes are markered by these like poles that are on top of buildings.
Correct.
so on top of buildings, you'll see
Mhm.
these kind of poles.
I see them right now.
Yeah, so you follow those to stay in the lanes of traffic, and then the police won't follow you.
Okay. So, all right. That sounds simple enough. Sounds dumb, but sounds simple enough.
You're gonna follow the flow of traffic. That's the other question.
And then after finishing that, it's like, okay, you got this. I believe in you. And then we'll kind like in this like has been looking like this the entire time, just staring at nothing.
Riley, are you okay? Hey, kiddo.
I'm fine. Yeah, we're good. So Clucky's gonna check on that.
Clucky, wait. Clucky's gonna check out.
Don't worry
check on
about
what?
it. Don't worry about it.
Are you hearing more voices aside from Petrichor right now?
It's fine.
You hesitated.
It's fine.
You hesitated.
And we'll just kind
Can
of
I insight check that?
go for it. Deception check.
That is a
Uh-oh.
motherfucking 18. 4, 6, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, I would say 24.
25.
I don't wanna say
I have my
anything.
guidance. I have guidance. I have guidance. I have
You
guidance.
do?
Yes, I have guidance.
I feel like Jack Sparrow right now. Everything's just falling into
Either
place.
way, it meets it, beats it, correct?
Yes.
That's a 4. That's a 4.
Okay, cool. So, from the expression and the hesitation that Riley gives,
Kid, talk to me.
you see a minorly panicked look, and it's quickly wiped off.
It's fine.
Does Xanthi recognize this panicked look?
No.
I was more asking the DM.
I mean,
The DM is currently conflicted.
for what?
The boulder is no longer conflicted about his feelings.
say.
Xanthi is going to sit there for a second. She'll hesitate.
The DM is conflicted because guidance has a duration of 1 minute.
Yes, it does.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You are
Oh,
correct.
shit,
Laura
you're
would've been
right.
gone.
Okay, I
You
hear
are
what you're
correct.
saying, but what if?
Wait, instead of my guidance, can I use that guidance as my inspiration that you gave me?
To try to re-roll and get better if you really want to use it now.
No, like you gave everybody an inspiration, so instead of it
Mhm.
saying guidance, it's still a D4.
It would.
No,
Well,
it's
inspiration
re-rolling a
is re-rolling.
d20.
Right.
Oh yeah, never mind.
Do I want
So you-
to do this?
So what did you roll on the die? 18. So you got to
Yeah.
get a 19.
I also
Mm.
rolled 18 on the die, so
Okay.
you have to roll a 19 or a 20.
If you don't get a 19 or a 20, then you lose this.
This is fucking
that-
nerve. This is
it
nerve
that
wracking.
crucial? to
Yeah,
know
I don't
this-
even know if it is this crucial. I don't know
Who
what Riley's
knows?
trying to hide.
It's the fact that the child hesitated.
Who
Ugh.
knows?
Well, I would say, Xanthi, narratively speaking, you'd be hard pressed to understand the nature of her hesitation.
Yeah, even if you do succeed, you wouldn't really know because this is all new.
Yeah, that's true. I'll hold off. I'll hold off. Xanthi will just kind of look back and just go, "We're all crazy, aren't we, kid?" And just keep flying.
Okay,
Some-
the only other place that we've only been to like 4 places.
Well, then let's trace back our steps.
Well, so I have Clucky in one place. So we could either look at the bone pit or Goose's Roost.
So
We've
I don't
also
think
been
there's
to-
really anything else that we could get from the bone pit aside from crushing more skulls. And
I mean, Burrow's not doing what Burrow does, so who knows?
but I do know Xanthi was able to pick up that Barrow did not like this goose individual, correct? Like Xanthi herself really, yeah.
Nobody liked Jerry.
Here, evens or odds?
I did a coin flip for some of my decisions, so
Well, I don't have a coin or a fancy coin, KJ, so I'm gonna ask evens or odds. Evens, like which is the goose? I'm gonna guess. Let's say odds are the goose.
Odds is the goose, yeah.
That is a 5. So that would be Xanthi would immediately just kind of take a moment and she goes, let's check the goose first. And if he's not there, then we can just get out of there and then we'll check the bone pit. I feel like the bone pit would be a lot harder to get in and out of compared to the goose's roost. So we'll start there. And she's going to head to Le Goose.
All right. As everybody is traveling, Tarzan, make me a Constitution saving throw.
I don't like this.
Oh.
Oh, that's not bad. What's your saves? Saves. Constitution saving throw is a 21. 21.
Okay. You're so good when you do what you're told. Anyway, so Victor.
Am I also good, Sir DM?
You make your way downtown to the Goose's Roost.
Walking fast.
What are
not
you doing?
seeing shit in your homebound.
I think
You all right, KJ?
Barrow would probably slow down, keep himself through the crowd if there are crowds, and if not, through small alleys and anything, just his usual self. But he would stop probably when he has a feeling that Goose's place is within his tremor sense or he's hearing his perception. And so he would basically keep himself as far away from it as possible, where we're within enough distance for him to try to get a sense of whether or not Goose is there, using his senses, try to perceive if Goose is there. I want a refresher of when Goose spoke about the thing that he wants us to retrieve from our undead lady. The other piece, the piece that she wants, did Goose mention where this thing is?
He didn't even
Nope.
tell you that he had it. He told you somebody else had it.
Okay. Noted. So for now, I'm going
Argentina
to...
told Soul that Jerry had it.
Gotcha. But she didn't mention it to me during the conversation, although she did sort of...
Well, she told you to get it from him.
Right.
So you can infer that.
I think for now, what he's doing is he's trying to get... he's trying to get a sense of the area and more focusedly on Goose's spot.
So the sun is not present, but passage of time is still a thing.
Mhm.
You know that it is towards the end of the day. And as you are scoping out sort of the area around the shop, go ahead, give me a perception check.
Guidance. That's crap. 16.
16. Not too many people are really in the vicinity, like usually just passersby, some people doing a little window shopping. But after a bit, you kind of notice that nobody's really going in or out. The door remains closed the entire time. So with perception, you can infer what you will, but if I might make a suggestion, you believe that the Goose's Roost is closed for the day.
As far as you could see, of course.
What does the Goose's Roost look like? Like the structure of this building or this place. What does it look like?
Taylor is dying laughing, but I know what you mean. So it is a single-story building. It's mostly made out of like red brick. There is a nice solid wood roof. There are a few windows, but like kind of like those big display windows, with mannequins wearing suits of armor or fancy clothes or brandishing weapons or other items, whatever the case may be. But there is a single door in the front of the building.
Is there a way to get to the back of the building
Yeah, sure.
with like potentially going through between like a couple of buildings to get to like the back area? Or if not, Barrow is actually going to attempt to make his way to the back of the building and then wall run up to the ceiling, to the roof.
Okay.
And when he gets to the roof with an open palm, he hits the surface of the roof, attempting to use his tremor sense to basically look downward.
Okay.
You find an air duct so he can die hard it.
Give me a
All he
perception
needs
check.
is a fire hose.
We'll call it with advantage. Why not?
Goose's Hans.
That'll be 25.
25. So you use your tremor sense on the building, and something's not right with how the structure of this building vibrates when you hit it. Like, you know how wood and stone are supposed to sound to you, and this sounds off.
Like rubber.
You do get a bit of a sense of what's going on. So you, from the roof, it is wood. Wood does transfer sound pretty well. You know there is a sort of upper space in the Goose's Roost. And there's the lower floor being a very large open area for the actual shop. There is a back room, and then beyond the back room there does seem to be a couple smaller additional rooms. So with you experiencing the inside of the shop, you do know that Jerry does a lot of, he is here most of the day. He does have spaces in the back, whether it be like storage closets or smaller rooms. He doesn't live here, but there is sort of like a space for if he did have to stay here, he could.
So, DM, would there be any solitary undead unattended in the area?
Made a lot of perception checks for the moment.
23 passive. If it helps out with anything.
So there, in your perception, there are the shambling feet of 8 separate undead.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them don't seem like there's anybody like too close to them.
How close to the rooster is the closest one?
Walking behind, like in the alley behind the building, probably like 2 buildings away. So like maybe 60, 80 feet.
Borrow senses the place, sensing that there's something different about it. You said that it was just like the way that the place sounds or that it feels?
The way it feels is weird.
When he hit with his hand on the ceiling, did it feel like wood or did it feel different?
It feels like wood, but it doesn't respond the same way. Like if you were to, like every other time that you have hit wood, it didn't quite sound like this.
Would there be any, like, I don't know what type of roof would it be, but would there be any pieces that I would be able to like try to like grab, like pick up or like yank from the roof to like either like get feel in my hand and like smell and just...
I'll say yes,
Shingles.
and you can make an Arcana check.
Okay, guidance.
Spam that shit, dude.
Mm-hmm. Especially with that. Yeah, it's 13.
You don't know why. It's weird. It's weird wood, and beneath it is weird stone. And within it, for most of the day, there's a weird guy.
Borrow is going to seemingly is going to take another step on the ceiling, on the roof, and then he pauses. He goes quiet. He hears the shufflings around, and then hears the one in the alleyway near the back street, 2 buildings back. And he wants to attempt to sneak behind this creature
Okay.
and knock it unconscious.
Okay.
Okay.
What would you like me to roll, sir?
So let's start with a stealth check. Not that I think you're going to fail it.
I'm at 20 plus guidance because why not? For a total of 32.
Okay.
That's disgusting, dude.
So you're able to get behind it unnoticed. Go ahead and make an attack roll with disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Interesting.
Oh, advantage. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I was like, interesting. This is more.
No. I'm just dumb.
We don't think you're dumb, Matt.
25.
Go ahead and roll some damage.
Yeah. Punch him right in the medulla oblongata.
12. And I'm ready to hit again. Make sure that this thing falls before it sees me.
Roll again. I will say you don't have advantage on the second hit because now it knows that it's getting punched, but it hasn't had time to react. So
Surprise attack, baby.
17.
17 will hit.
Ten points of damage.
Oh.
The zombie falls unconscious.
Woo! Yes.
Smash.
Now you must be wondering, why the chicken soup?
It falls down, laying prone, and the bags that it was carrying spill groceries all over the alley.
Oh no, not his groceries.
He was just trying to run errands.
How tall are the windows of the rooster?
So there's only the front display window.
There's only the front display window.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I thought there were more.
Nope.
How busy is the street in front of Rooster right now?
Not very. It's getting towards the end of the night. Actually, like you'll notice with the 8 undead that you were able to perceive, that actually has picked up more. You could infer. I know that you have really good insight. You could infer that they try to do their most of their undead work and stuff. When everybody else is kind of sleeping.
Barrow is going to attempt to basically drag the undead closer to the rooster.
Okay.
And he's going to attempt to wait till the street is the clearest in the front of the rooster as possible. And after that, he's going to attempt to move to the front of the rooster at the door, put the undead in leaning against the door, trying to prop it standing. And as soon as he releases them, he wants to attempt to kick them, to basically kick through the door, throwing the undead in.
You're using the... Oh, you dirty bastard. I love it.
Give me an unarmed strike.
Come on, bitch. 12.
Roll some damage for me.
10.
You muted
Matt,
yourself.
you're muted.
You impact this undead against the wooden door, and after a loud thud, In an undead groan, the body slumps to the ground, and the door remains as is.
He will do it again.
Make another attack roll.
This seemed like a fucked up version of Home Alone mixed with Weekend at Bernie's.
The 20.
Give me some damage.
6.
So the same thing happens, but there's a crack in the door now.
Just going to do it again.
If only there was a barbarian chicken.
Attack roll.
25.
Only there was a magic
Damage.
there.
8.
The crack expands.
Where on the door is the crack?
Center mass.
I'm just picturing Kylo Ren right now. Again!
Another 8 damage.
8 points of damage. You hear a loud crack, and along with the body hitting the ground, you hear wood hit the ground, like clattered bits of wood.
I'm going to also tell you, as soon as the undead goes through and the door falls, Baru actually turns around and walks away.
Interesting. Okay, say exactly what you just said for me again.
Baru is going to go through the motions of hitting the undead against the door, making it bolt and crack and crack. And the whole point is, as soon as he kicks so that the undead breaks the door and the undead goes through past the door, Baru actually turns around without entering and walks away. And I would like to know if there are any locations in that vicinity that Baru can go to out of sight that still would keep him at ear's distance to see if there's anything that he can hear as he's walking away.
You, as you hear that crack in the wood fall to the ground and the body, I'll give you this, knowing what you're looking for. The body doesn't fall in to the establishment. It falls outside. Are you still walking away?
When you say he falls outside, are you saying it went through and then somehow found his way back out? Or are you saying that he didn't go through the threshold at all?
It broke. You heard the wood break and pieces fall to the ground. But where you are expecting him to fall through, he falls the way that he has been when he has hit the door.
Okay. This area of this place, is it mostly like village-like? Is there...
This is the market district.
This is the market district. The surrounding areas, is it mostly like buildings and stone? Is there like forestal areas in the vicinity?
It's all buildings.
It's all
There's
buildings.
all kinds of businesses in this area. But given the lateness in the day, the streets are not super populated. Most people have shut down.
What is right straight across from the rooster?
Another building. I haven't quite decided what.
Same size?
Bigger.
Baro is going to go behind that building. He's going to sit down on the ground, and then he's just going to wait.
Okay. Remind me where Riley and Xanthi were going.
We were going to the Goose's Roost because that's what we rolled, and we're like, these are the only other places aside from the boneyard, and we figured Goose Roost first because we could probably get in and out of there rather quickly. Sorry. Oh yeah. Stuffy might be in the way. So yeah, we are actively heading towards the Goose Roost, and we are actively looking for Baro. Or I am, at least. Xanthi is.
It took some time for you guys to come to that decision. Me trying to garner how much time has passed. Baro, are you hiding on the roof?
He's not on the roof. It's in the alley behind, keeping
The alley
himself
behind.
as recluse and hidden as him being in the shadows of this already dark place can be. If there were to be like some sort of market tent or anything like that, he probably would just like go behind whatever table, counter, anything, and he's just sitting there.
Is it the whole situation like if he can't see us, we can't see him sort of thing?
Message me a stealth check. Riley and Xanthi give me perception. Or one can help the other. It's up to you guys.
I have no bonus, so I'll give you advantage.
Oh! Ooh, that's much better. That's a 19 for a 19, 20, 25.
So you guys eventually get to, or you fly to the Goose's Roost. And you don't see Baro, but you see that the door is broken.
Xanthi would immediately, like, upon landing, just, like, make sure the baby is...
There's also a body at the front of the door.
Okay, so Xanthi is going to make sure that all feet are on the ground and all hands and arms are kept inside the vehicle at all times as everyone is exiting, and then she is going to sheath the broom back and attach it to her trunk. She's going to look at the body and she's going to look at the door. Knowing that, like, they've been, like, she's...
Pause
like,
for me. What's Riley doing?
ooh.
Well, funny you should ask.
Oh, dear God.
We haven't ever talked about this because it's only been mentioned in passing. I know at least Petrichor has worked with Barrow in learning to use blind sight.
Mm-hmm.
Victor, would you say that he's been teaching Riley as well?
I would think so. I mean, he wouldn't be segregating the information because he's teaching both of them always with the intent of you are both working together or eventually will work completely together. So
So I know mechanically on Petrichor's sheet I have 10 feet of blind sight, but we've been working on expanding the senses past that. So what Riley does is they touch down and Xanthi's doing her thing, and Riley backs away from the door a little bit, kind of examining everything that's here. And
So you get down in front of the door and then back away from, like, look at it and back away.
well, so wherever we landed, we'll look at the door and back up a little bit to just kind of get in a bigger picture of what's in front of her. And we'll just
Perfect.
stop.
I need Riley and Xanthi both to make charisma saving throws.
Oh, God.
What? Oh dear God! What is my charisma I'm high in charisma. Yeah, I should be okay. I'm
Okay.
cursing myself even saying that right now.
But why
That's
the con
why-
save?
That's charisma, not con, charisma.
Not, I'm talking about Clucky's save earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You're a good boy.
Dirty 20.
25?
Interesting.
I don't like this.
I don't like this either.
I'm loving it all.
What you see when you both look at the door has been broken, and beyond the pane of wood, you see your reflections.
Can Xanthi make an Arcana check?
Yes, you can.
Well, that's happening. I think Riley would still do what she was going to do, and it's just going to stomp really hard on the ground to try to take in as much of the area around her as possible.
That's a 16 with no modifiers. I am a sorceress with a +0 to fucking Arcana.
So it's a fancy mirror. I can tell you that.
Thanks. Do we look
Riley,
fabulous?
yes, you do. Riley, you can give me a perception check for the area with your attempting to use extrasensory perception.
I have no modifier, but I rolled a 19.
Smash.
You're still getting used to this, and you're not quite sure what you're supposed to be picking up on, but you're really trying to figure out what you need to be looking for, and nothing is really standing out to you.
I would say not knowing what she's supposed to be looking for. She'd probably close her eyes and try again to just take out any extra sensory anything and just listen and try to feel.
He's so good about that.
Okay, as I'm thinking that, say it again for me, because just to make sure that I'm thinking what I need to be thinking.
KJ,
What?
could you repeat what you just said
Yeah.
so that
Oh God, I'm sorry.
thoughts?
I'm just as out of it as you are. It's fine. Fuck, now I have to remember what I said.
Roll back the tape.
Reverse. Play it again. Not knowing what to look for. She'll close her eyes and try to focus on what she's hearing and what she feels rather than what she sees.
It's sort of you're getting the idea that if there's something for you to pick up on, it's too subtle for your abilities with this type of perception. So, what I will say And welcome back to True Dice Adventures, presenting the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago. We have other things that we are doing here as well in the coming days. Tomorrow, we will be once again returning to the land of Varden for some tales to be had. Grand old time, same bad time, same bad channel. After that, I do believe that with the holidays being this weekend, our next stream shall be the day after the 26th of Tuesday. Shall be Edge of the Empire by that guy right down there.
Hi, that's
Featuring a couple of people that you see here. Got some fun times planned there, and then it does look like we will be returning to the Dimensional Dial next week, the 27th. So, and with that, I do believe that Chris said the 28th would not be a Varden week. I do believe that is what he said. We will double check, though, and we'll have an answer for you by tomorrow.
We'll let you know. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
It will be
You'll
a
only
good
find
time.
out. You'll only find out if you tune in. It's the only way you're gonna find out. All right.
All right. So,
All right.
Clucky was sent to the upper ribs.
Did he
You've made
dismember
it
somebody
to-
to get into the ribs?
No, you were told that these were figurative ribs, and you understood that. You went to the ramp, and you were told to go up and look for a big manor.
Mhm.
Okay?
Mhm.
Now, I would say that Clucky at least knows big manor, referring to big house, big building, big place to live. Okay. So,
Reasonable.
from the perspective of the audience, we watch the third-person point of view flying behind the great white chicken as he comes to the horizon of the top of that ramp, looking at the upper ribs district, the fancier residential district of the city. And as he crests over that and is able to look beyond, that is a lot of really big houses.
Oh fuck. Hello? There's a lot of big fucking buildings over here.
What do you see?
Lots of buildings with four walls, pillars.
Some have more than four walls.
Some with more than four walls.
Can Clucky count past 4?
A bunch of doors. A bunch of windows.
A lot of
Some
people who look like they have a lot of money too.
A lot of fancy looking fuck faces too. Lots of metal poles in the ground. Some people flying around on carpets.
Mm-hmm.
Some people flying around on brooms.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a wagon over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a wagon. Some stones that make a road, I believe. There's... I don't know if there's any clouds. It's kind of dark, but...
Clucky, do you
Yes.
see any buildings that are kind of secluded from everything else that look like they're more important?
Does Clucky see any secluded buildings that look like they're more important?
Clucky,
Does
can
Clucky
give
know
me
the
an
meaning of
insight
that?
check.
Here we go. Oh, that sucks. Insight, that's going to be a hard 7. Plus, why that con save, though?
Wouldn't you like to know whether both?
Yes, I do. 7. They all look like buildings to me.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. They all look very like Clucky has seen buildings and he's been told that certain ones are important, and a lot of these buildings look like they're important buildings.
Great invincible sensor. Place you have visited or seen before. Grove trees. It does not say I can use this to follow a person specifically. Shit. That would have been cool. Suck.
Yeah, the spell that you're looking for is scrying,
Right.
not
Had
clairvoyance.
It does say an object, though. And I did see the carriage. But this is up to your interpretation.
I was wondering, could Clucky do a survival check?
It would be very difficult because,
he doesn't.
There's
really
a lot
know
of carriages here that he'd just be looking at wagon tracks on stone, which is not really too
doesn't really leave a trail.
Yeah.
Such as behind a door, around a corner, or in a grove of trees. So I guess that doesn't really say like specifically a door or an object. It'd have to be like a location. I'm assuming that means. Well, shit. Well, it looks like a bunch of fucking buildings. I don't know. You want me to start knocking on doors or something? Kick down a door or two?
Well, no, that's not a good idea.
I could call out. Whatever.
We don't want her to know.
What happened to pointing ears? Maybe he can help me.
Hold on. Are there any houses that look more modest than the others, that don't look as important?
With your insight check earlier, there's a handful that don't look as important.
Hey, a couple, yeah?
I mean, some generals, I only have a little bit of experience with them, and it wasn't great. But, I mean, after a lifetime of war, it's not really the physical things that matter much. I mean, her estate is kind of a museum.
Let me ask you this. What am I looking for here? Am I looking for the blind one specifically, or is there something else that you think I should figure out here? Because this could also change the way I can interact with my spirits. Get some more information, possibly. Granted, it'll be vague, very unspecific, but
Is Riley zoning out at this point? Because if they are, Xanthi is sitting there just like, a kid?
Riley has their eyes closed and looks like they're trying to pay attention to the things around them, which is still technically true. Eyes closed, just kind of listening. This is a valid question that Clicky has asked that I don't know how to answer.
I could send my spirit out to go look for him, but I don't know exactly where to look. It's gonna it'll probably be as effective as me.
If Bara doesn't want to be found, it's kind of like me. He won't. But we're kind of scouting out locations to see if maybe there's anything, which I thought maybe if we found Shade Watcher's estate, he might be doing some scouting.
So, if anything, I should just continue flying over and looking myself, since
Maybe
I don't know
you
exactly.
could Maybe you could land and ask a couple of people some directions?
I don't like talking to these people. They seem kind of mean.
That's a fair assumption.
I've never been too good with the rich fancy folk. They don't seem to quite understand what I'm saying. I mean, granted, before I couldn't really talk to them like I do to you guys now.
Clucky, you also have a Scottish accent, which most people have a hard time understanding anyways.
What's Scottish?
I almost
I'll
asked the
tell
same
you about
question,
it.
and then I remembered.
I'll tell you about it later.
Well, I suppose if you think that'll be helpful, I'll do it for you. I'll ask. I can't promise that I won't punch somebody in the face, though, if they upset me.
Please don't do that.
All right. At that point, Clucky will fly down to the ground and stop the nearest person in their tracks to talk to them.
He's gonna get arrested again. I'm fucking calling it.
There is a person that you see walking with. They are walking with another person that seems to be more so shuffle stepping.
Oi, you.
Yes?
Oi, I'm looking for a big fuck off dead lady. She lives up here somewhere. She's got, I think she got a big sword or a shield or something like that. I need your help. Can you tell me where she lives? She's a warrior, a well-respected warrior. Apparently, I'm here to challenge her.
Whoa, hang on. A female, well-respected warrior up here.
Aye. My hatchling said that it's a general, whatever a fucking general is.
What the hell are you gonna try to challenge Aristina Shadewatcher to?
Oh, that fucking bitch! That's the one! Yes!
Well, I never! And he starts walking away.
You stop! Tell me where she lives! Or my chickens will...
She's a war hero and you just called her a bitch. You will leave me alone.
I don't know what bitch means. I just heard Papa say it a lot. Which is accurate. Because you all fucking know it is.
Oh, man. This individual is offended that you called a war hero a bitch. So they are
it's accurate, and Clucky's not gonna push it. He's like, "Oh, what was?" And he just starts like not knocking. He starts walking around trying to stop the next person, just trying to and he's repeating to himself, "Aristina, Aristina, Aristina, Aristina."
So Aristina.
Or yeah, he's going while trying to repeat the name Aristina, but it's slowly degenerating into into two different words. Aristina, Aristine, Arestine, Aristine.
There's another person not too far away. They are, they're on a cart by themselves that is being pulled by two of these, 9 foot tall avian creatures. And you as you approach, he kind of slows down and looks over. Hey, Ish, how can I help you?
He doesn't even acknowledge the rider at first. Am I related to you? Talking to the creatures that are pulling the fucking cart.
Excuse me, that he pulls the cart, I make the deals. How can I help you?
What is this creature like? 4-legged or 2-legged?
Bipedal.
2-legged. Okay.
They are mechanically speaking, they are axe beaks.
Ooh. Okay. Oh, yeah, that doesn't look like it would be a relative of mine. I'm looking for. Oh fuck! What was her? Arestine. Where is Arestine?
Give me a persuasion check. We're gonna see if he can figure out what you mean.
Oh no! For persuasion? That's a 6.
Uh-huh. He just kind of looks at you and just goes, "Who's being arrested?"
No, her name is Arestine. Big warrior, strong. She's got fleshies. She's dead. Has a big sword, and I think. Well, we've been talking about a sword or a shield.
Lad, are you talking about Auristina's Shade Watcher?
Yep, that one. There you are. Yep, that one.
Okay. What about her?
I'm here to challenge her.
For what?
She's a well-respected warrior, and I'm here to challenge her.
And who are you?
I'm Clucky fucking McCluckerson.
What the fuck is a Clucky fucking McCluckerson?
That's me.
And you means who? I don't know who you are.
I'm Clucky fucking McCluckerson. What do you mean you don't know who I am? I just told you who I am.
Aristina Shadewatcher has defended the city of Ebenfell thousands of times.
So
what have you done?
I'm really fucking strong. And I got a shit ton of weapons. Do you not see? He pulls out the dragon lance pike. Look at this fucking thing.
It's
huge.
Sharp, I'll give you that.
Look. I'm just here to challenge her to a fight. She's a strong warrior. I'm a strong warrior, and I can't.
For what, mate?
What do you mean for what? I'm a warrior. We fight. Do you need a reason to fight somebody?
Yes.
That sounds boring.
If you go around fighting people just for the sake of fighting people, that doesn't make you a warrior. That makes you an arse.
No, I've raised arses in my time. I know what an arse is. It's got 4 legs, 2 long ears, and a wispy tail. That's an arse.
The arse that I'm looking at right now has 2 legs, no ears to speak of, and 2 big fuck off wings.
Are you are you making fun of me, mate?
You're acting like an arse.
He's gonna punch the bird.
The bird? The bird did nothing.
It's the closest thing to him.
Hit. I want to know how ridiculous you are being.
I'm so glad. I rolled so low. It's an unarmed strike, so that's a. Oh, fuck me. It's still too good.
It's a fucking bird. It's not gonna be like a high AC.
It's an 18. I rolled an 8.
Roll some damage.
I told you.
Wait,
Clucky was gonna get arrested.
Did you punch it?
Punch it. It's just a 7.
So okay, so you reach out and you wail this X piece. Excuse me, sorry. Yes, even no. Oh yeah, it like lets out a really loud squawk, and the other one lets out a loud squawk as well, and they take off with this guy on the cart. He goes, "Oh fuck!
Fuck you!"
I would say I'm sorry, but I'm not.
He made Clucky mad. He was very mean.
I love barbarians.
Look, he was trying to be nice and he called him an ass, and he knows what an ass is, and that's not nice to call him an ass because he's not an ass. He's raised asses.
Third time's a charm."
He's gonna take a minute to compose himself because he's a little angry. That being said, this next interaction is not going to be the nicest, but it's not going to be mean. So the third one. Oi.
There's a woman walking. Now, predominantly, these are all like elven people, so they're either your height or taller, because Oz introduced that to the canon. So
I like it. I like it.
Wait a minute. I would like to stipulate that Soul is a astral elf, as these are not. So,
okay.
Do with that.
Stretch your ligaments.
The reason why he's tall is not because of his race.
Because he was in space.
But that's like very tall, even for an elf. That's you're like a whole. You are more than a foot taller than the average.
Space elves. Space elves are tall.
So I will say this. That elves are taller here, not as tall as you. You're still taller than most elves here. Notable exception being Aristina Shadewatcher. So, woman that you walk up to wearing a dark dress, kind of looks up to you as you're approaching. Oh, goodness me! Yeah, do you need help?
You look like you're a lot nicer than that last asshole that I just talked to.
Thank you.
Hi, I am looking for Aristina. General. Warrior.
Aristina Shadewatcher?
Yeah, she got a sword or a shield or something like that, yeah?
Probably. She's the former High General.
Right. I'm looking for her.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I was coughing.
I'm looking for her.
I mean, and she'll kind of like point and be like, if it's her weapons that you're interested in, I mean, she does have a lot of them on display. I mean, it's not an official museum, but you can go and look at the things that she has.
Oh, yes. Where can I go?
Just right down here. 2 blocks this way, and then make a left. And then it will be the second building on your right.
Clucky immediately embraces her in like a very firm hug. Like, oh, thank you. You're so much nicer than the rest of these. The rest of these assholes up here. You have a great rest of your day. Or fuck, there is no day here. Have a good one. Bye. And just takes off running.
She's going to go home and rethink her life.
Immediately starts thinking, oi, actually, I think I found Aristina. Yes, her. I think I found her home. I'm gonna go see if the blind one's there. I will let you know as soon as I find out.
Okay, try to kind of, do some scouting, memorize the layout of everything.
Oh yeah, that's Yeah, I'm working on it, but yeah, I'll try.
I believe in you.
Thank you. All right.
Meanwhile, in the Legion of Doom, Soul, you sent a lot of ravens out, and they were unable to find the blind monk. What shall you do now? You mysteriously, not mysteriously, it's possibly just seemed to have been amiss in the past. You are not in communication with the rest of the party.
So, with the giant wave of foreboding that occurred at the beginning of all this, and now the party has left and has left him to stew in his own emotions, knowing how much trouble the party has already gotten into and how much potentially trouble the party could get into, and how many places the party has been so far, Soul can only put two and two together and think, oh no. Oh no. Immediately come to the realization that Borrow may have already slipped away from the party to do whatever it is that Aristina has commanded him to do. Since he wasn't privy to that conversation, it could only assume, based on the conversation he had with Aristina in the gladiatorial arena, that Borrow may be trying to steal the sword from the goose. Knowing how the goose is, he doesn't think he would keep the sword in his shop. He would keep it at his home.
Okay.
He is going to attempt to utilize one of the brooms that is still left on his wall to try and rocket all the way to the goose's residence. Since I'm not attuned to this broom, and it is the redwood broom, the one that kind of feels hot to the touch, do I need to roll? I would say you would probably have to do a Constitution and an Arcana check in order to utilize this.
I'll just say, yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. $16 plus is go away. So Arcana is 18.
Okay.
And a flat 16 saving throw for Constitution.
Okay. I will say that you can utilize this broom as a normal broom of flying.
Okay.
No additional benefits.
Right.
So,
but thematically, how it looks is still the same, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
You, in this moment, I believe that what's been said before is that you've tried attuning to them and it just hasn't quite gotten there. So pretty much in this moment, you're just like, it's now or never. You're gonna take me where I gotta go, and you're gonna like it. And you mount the broom, and do magic items. You know how they work and how things are supposed to happen. And with what you do know, you're able to get at least this base functionality out of the broom. And you take off, going towards the upper ribs.
Thematically, this looks... The broom starts to glow a little red, and the iron bristles that are attached to where the broom part is starts flying sparks as he is rocketing across the city. And during this time, he's going to call his ravens back to him So they are kind of flying in a arrow formation directly towards the Goose's residence. And he's going to send them out before him to kind of scout out before he gets there to see what he sees.
All right. So, this will take time. Let's check in with our blind monk. Knowing that you're close and knowing how ridiculous your perception is, definitely you know that Xanthi and Riley have landed in front of the shop and have started poking around. Especially because Riley has done 2 very big foot stomps. That definitely would have been something that kind of pinged on your mini-map. Are you remaining hidden?
Barrow has gone into this sitting meditation-like state where his heart rate has slowed down. His body is in complete stillness. His senses and his other senses, his focus is on his hearing, his sense of smell, his awareness of everything around him. He's very conscious and aware, but even knowing who is there nearby, he's still hidden.
Okay.
He's also kind of focusing that hearing and those senses toward the shop itself too, in case he hears something from the shop or recognizes anything coming in any direction toward the shop.
Give me a perception check.
Mm-hmm. 29.
They're still a ways off, but somebody is coming.
He'll continue to wait for now until he can get a better sense of what that may be.
Xanthi and Riley, what are you doing?
I will say while Riley is kind of like zoned out, Xanthi is again just kind of like, hey, kid, are you there? Like,
I'm fine.
what was that all about?
It's Clucky.
Oh, Clucky?
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait a minute. Are you using those earpieces we got back in the? Oh, well, like, so who all has one right now? Just you and Clucky?
I mean, Barrow had one, but I haven't been able to like get to him using it, so I think either he took it off or something happened to it.
Okay. Well, do you have any more of those on you? Because if we end up getting separated, we at least need one way to try and get back in contact with each other.
I mean, I do, but you have to sit and I don't remember what the term, like, you have to sit with them
Attune?
so that they're like, yeah, that thing.
All right. Well, here. How about you just hand it to me for now, and I'll attune to it later, but I would at least like to have it on my person.
Riley will pull one out and give it to you.
And Xanthi will pocket it, and whenever getting time, she will attune to that. But until then, Xanthi will first ask, so what's Clucky doing exactly?
He's doing some recon to see if one of the places that I thought of is where Barrow is. But here it seems not great. I mean, there's that,
points towards the door.
You-
And I'm sure that
Oh,
somebody
can you
like
roll another charisma saving throw?
Motherfucker.
Are we not supposed to look at this building?
19.
What was it you said again?
What?
What was it you said?
How far back? How much am I recounting?
When you said you said some things and then you pointed at the door.
Something about Clucky's doing some recon on a location that I thought of, but here seems not great, and then points towards the door.
Xanthi, Riley says here seems not great and gestures at the door. What are you doing when she points?
God.
God. As much as I would hate to say it, Xanthi would look at the door.
Can you roll me a charisma saving throw?
I hate it here.
Not yet, you don't.
Yeah. Thank you.
I hate it here.
Don't keep looking at the door.
I can't. Sorry, it's Joaquin here. That is a 13. That is a 13.
Oh,
Plus
God.
6. Hold on, plus 6. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
I think the DC is 20.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Oh, no.
I don't like it.
Borrow.
Oh, God.
Yes.
You can perceive Riley and Xanthi. And then, just like that,
Ah! They got pulled in the building? The building ate them? Is that what happens at Soul's place?
Borrow.
Soul wasn't that cruel. He had other methods of security.
Borrow has a moment where he feels the impulse of wanting to get up, and it all happens in a fragment of a second, where inside of him, in his mind's eye, he's seeing himself shoot up, rushing out, and potentially even storming through the door. But outside, all that happens is a deep breath and an exhale. And now his focus is entirely on whoever the hell is approaching. But his fingers have slightly tensed more as his hands are resting on his lap.
You cold son of a bitch.
the figure, small in stature, at like a slow jog, approaches, and you start to hear, "Oh, come on, who would do this? You're just taking groceries from one way or another. What is going on? Did you try to get in this door?" And that person is gone.
You just sent somebody to the nether realm. That's awesome. Oh no. We're all gonna die.
Morrow staying put.
Is the shop on the way to the Goose's residence?
Not directly.
From my shop to his house.
Not directly. Lucky,
Hi, that's me.
what were those directions the woman gave you?
I don't know.
I knew it. Slide on.
I remember a right and a left. So Clucky takes a right and a left. Do I find a museum?
There's a big, important looking building. After a right and a left.
Are there pictures on this sign? Kind of just like how in the olden times they would do pictures instead of words, or is it like an actual word stating what this building is?
Sign?
There's no sign. No. Shit. Doesn't recognize anything. Immediately stops the next nearest person. Oi! Oi! Where's the museum?
Huh?
The museum. I'm looking for Orestine's museum. Orestine's museum. That's who I'm looking for.
Huh?
You're going to make me angry. Where is Orestine's museum?
Huh? Oh, you see him reach
Who's
into
Clucky
the-
looking at
the
right
pocket.
now?
It's a, like, as Clucky would put it, a pointed ear person. But as they go, very old looking. And they reach into their jacket and pull out what looks like a very large horn and hold it up to their ear.
All right, Clucky would be a little more understanding than in this case. Like, all right, like he'll look a little seasoned old. Where is Orestine's museum?
All right, you don't need to shout. You're talking about the general?
Aye,
Oh, the museum.
aye.
Yeah, the museum. Oh, well, you gotta go back. Okay, so, all right. Do you remember where they had the bed and breakfast?
No, mate,
No.
I don't live here.
Oh, you're not from here?
No, I'm looking for Orestine's museum. Please tell me where it is. I need to find it.
Where
The
are you
hatchling is
from?
counting on me.
Huh? Oh,
A
huh?
farm. I'm from a farm.
What kind of farm?
A farm.
Okay.
Where is
I
the
hear
museum, old
farming's
man?
I hear farming's kind of rough, and with how the seasons have been changing.
Tell you what, I'm gonna pick you up, and you're gonna fly with me, and you're gonna point to the museum. All right?
It's just right over there.
Oh, and he picks him up and takes flight,
Hey, what are you doing? Yeah,
pointing him towards the ground so he can point where he needs to go.
he's not pointing anywhere. He's flailing. He's put me. I need you to put me down. Hey, hold on there.
Point, old man!
My hip. My hip.
Oh no! He starts saying hip. He's like, all right, old man, all right. And he lands. Are we here? Is this it?
My heart's gonna jump right out of my rib cage. Oh man, by the matron of ravens herself. Oh.
Like, is this the museum you were talking about right here? And he just points to a random building. Is this the museum, mate?
No, it's my house. I live there. My whole family's been living there for 4,000 years.
I don't know how
It
long
was
that is,
it
but it
was
sounds quite.
actually made 5,000 years ago by another a dwarvish one of the Dwarger. They built the house. That's why it's made out of that such fine stone. And he just starts rambling on about his estate. For those who can't see backstage, Taylor is losing her mind, and I have no idea where KJ is. They have checked out. Oh, I apologize. They're behind their emotional support stuffed animal.
So,
not see.
all right, hold on. Is there somebody that I could take with me in that house to the museum so I can find it faster? Because you're a little too old for. Like, I can't. I just need to find the real museum. Where's the museum?
I live alone. My wife died about 400 years ago. Bless her heart. It was the drink that killed her.
How does water kill somebody? I guess I almost died in water, so
It was the drink. It was ale. Alcohol, you know?
Doesn't it come in those little cups?
Yeah, but this was on a very large cart that got away from the mounts that were taking it. It was very tragic. That's why you use a sailor's knot when you're hitching your carriages to your mounts, so that they don't come loose.
My apologies. If later, if you need, I can try and reach out to your dead wife and.
She's fine. We talk all the time.
All right, cool. Then, where is the museum?
Oh, you're looking for the museum. Oh, why didn't you say so? So you're going to go this way. You're going to go one block this way. Make a right. Wait, hang on. Me thinking how things would work. Make a left, and then you're going to make another left past the orange house on the street. That is actually the old Shantunery home.
What color is the roof of this museum?
Huh?
What color is the roof of the museum?
It doesn't have a roof. It's pointy.
Pointy.
It's a pyramid.
Right. Oh! Did Clucky see a pyramid while he was flying around up here?
One.
Immediately bolts into the air.
Well, have a good day. Such a nice young man.
It's just fucking beelights it for the pyramid.
I would like to think that the old man couldn't quite tell he was actually an Aarakocra, so he's just like canonically just
Aarakocra don't exist here.
Right, so he just thinks he's just a large individual.
I like to think that the old man is still telling the story, thinking the clock is still there. So, like I was telling you about my wife.
Absolutely, 100%.
It was like a fucking light bulb just went off in Clucky's head. Like, oh, Clucky's learning. Clucky's learning.
So every single time that you stopped somebody on the street, I rolled a d20 to see how helpful they would be. The first 3 people that you stopped, it was a 15, a 15, and then a 16. Mm-hmm. So they were trying to be helpful. You were just rude.
Clucky doesn't understand social interaction.
I get that. With this one, I rolled a 3.
And he was more helpful to me.
Because you started asking, but number 1, you had perseverance. Number
True.
2, you weren't rude, or he didn't get that you were being rude. And number 3, eventually you were just like pretty nice about it. And when eventually you got there, it was like, oh yeah, sure. You started asking the right questions. Like, what am I looking for? Well, there is no room. It's a pyramid. Oh, did I see a pyramid? Yeah, you saw one pyramid.
I love it. That's awesome.
Okay, now I think KJ has checked out of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna let y'all back because I feel bad. Y'all need to be here too.
KJ's in the background pacing.
My whole face hurts. My diaphragm. I did opera for years. I've had a sore diaphragm. This is next level shit.
Cookies.
I have never,
KJ looks so unamused.
I've never belly laughed so hard in my
I'm
life.
sweating.
I am
How
sure
fucking-
my dogs were howling in their crates in my bedroom down the hall.
What have I done?
He said Clucky on a personal
Like,
journey.
there's nothing you can do about it. Clucky is harassing old people.
And yes, Matt, I did check out. I was pacing, contemplating my life choices.
I'm pretty sure, like, he's gonna be the talk of the town, and it's not like Clucky can, blend in anywhere.
Nobody's gonna believe this old guy. This old guy's gonna be like, I
We
met
are
the
going to
nicest
see
young
Clucky on the
man.
front page of the fucking newspaper being sold by the little undead lad on the street.
Clucky's gonna be the new Hellboy of this fucking land.
I
No,
was
he's
just
gonna be the new
walking down
Mothman
the street
because
and this
disaster
young man
follows
picked me up
wherever
out of
he
nowhere.
goes.
Oh my god. Oh,
He's gotta have a good head on his shoulders. He was looking for the museum of all places.
fucking as soon as I got the word
It's about
pyramid.
history, and I like somebody who cares about history. I'm coming up with a backstory for this old man as we speak. It's just evolving for me.
He'll be joining us to the next dimension. He'll accidentally bump into just stumble upon the dial as we travel, and he joins us.
I would like to think Clucky would probably pick him up and take him on the journey with us. He's like, oh, I like this old man. He was helpful.
Out of all the dimensions we've gone through, I feel like this is the one that where Clucky loses his shit, but it's just him dealing with old people, and adjusting to the society.
Like he was getting frustrated with the old man, but he understands the old man because he helped Caliban with his final 8 years, and Caliban was frail in his timeline or in his dimension. He was a frail old man, so he had to learn how to be gentle with the guy.
Oh yeah, I wasn't really talking about the old man. I was more talking about the arse conversation that went on because that I was.
I thought I saw that young man.
Like,
Called him a right arse. He was being an arse. Don't you talk about him like that.
Like that is just the front. Large chicken calls man arse.
He was a nice young man, albeit he did manhandle me a bit.
I'd call it Clucky would be the new Mothman of
the Shadow Realm. Of the Shadowfell.
Oh
god. I haven't had a good laugh like that in a solid
I am
minute.
sweating.
That was absolutely that was poetry, but like slam poetry that just backhanded you, and I'm all fucking here for
that
it.
would be smash poetry.
Yes.
Clucky specialty. Oh my god.
Absolute smash 10
So-
out of 10. I'm gonna catch my breath.
All right,
Sold.
back on track.
So it takes a moment, but you arrive at what you know to be the estate of Geraldo Guzman. There is a individual standing out front by the gate, dwarvish individual, with a maul on his back.
Just before the Ravens would have fed him this information, so just before he had arrived, he would have directed the Ravens to circle the estate to see if there are any more individuals around.
Nope.
How many windows does this place
A
have?
lot.
Okay.
It's a fancy ass house. Like should be beyond his means.
Mm, 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 mm. He is going to fly around the back. Actually, correction. Before he comes in eyesight, he's going to cast invisibility on himself and then fly around the back and peek in one of the back windows to see what he can see.
You found a study.
Okay.
Very ostentatious. But even from the window, you can see the layer of dust on the books. Jerry's not a reader.
Examining the ground around the back, amidst all whatever dirt is there, if any, can he pick up any tracks? Notably, his friends possibly trying to break and enter.
Give me a survival check.
Survival. Oh. Where's my page? Survival. Oh, that would be a 10.
You're confident enough that there's not any tracks of note around the backside of this building.
Okay. The only other place they could think of would be that they're at the Goose's shop. Since they haven't been here, he's going to spirit himself away towards the shop.
Give me a perception check.
Plus 6, so 21.
As you are flying, and you are getting ready to leave, you hear the front door open. And what you then hear is Jerry speaking.
Okay. One of the ravens will come to. He'll direct one of the ravens to go perch on the roof just above to listen in.
Listening in, you hear, "All right, Darren, you know the drill. Go flag down one of the law keepers. It appears somebody's trying to break in again. So I'm going to go check it out. We're going to have to see who's trying what today. I'll meet you there." And you just hear, "Right." And the dwarf individual toddles off.
Okay.
Jerry begins walking.
Knowing his potential deal with Aristina, Soul is going to inspect the window to try and see if there are any magical wards or any mechanical ones surrounding it. Attempt to break in.
Give me an Arcana check.
15 plus 2 for a 17.
Guidance.
Guidance from
Nobody
afar.
there.
You do it right, though.
The range on my guidance is 7 miles.
Right.
It was 17?
Yes.
You know an alarm spell when you see one.
Don't have this spell. Counter spell can't work here.
Nope. Dispel magic would.
I don't have that. I don't think. No, I don't. I'm not a wizard after all. I'm not a wizard, Harry.
Where's a goddamn wizard when you need one?
Tune in tomorrow night. There will be 2.
Right.
Just open up your throat hole and let the meat slide down your gullet.
Seeing as how the raven, per the spell, a familiar can cast a spell. Can they also do checks?
They can do checks, but using their own modifiers.
Oh, okay. I don't have any of that. So,
I mean, I can pull up a raven stat block, lickety split.
yeah, let's do that.
Monsters, even though it's not technically a monster. Raven.
Monster smash.
And he's directing the raven to see if the front door was left unlocked or unspelled.
So,
and the other ravens are actually also circling around the building to see if there are any potential openings as well, like if a window was left open or something.
We'll just call it a perception check, which is a +3 for a raven.
13.
Raven's pretty confident that at least it's locked.
I mean, it's kind of hard to open a door with a beak.
Do I want to be
Cluckiest tribe.
dramatic about this?
You're absolutely right, yes.
Sleight of beak check.
Right. Spells. Ooh.
I would
Wait a
say-
minute. Soul's gonna cast Deconstruct on the window.
Fuck. What?
Smash.
I didn't even know that was a spell. What does that
hell
do?
yes.
It deconstructs both unmagical and magical objects. And before the spell is complete, he can reconstruct it again.
Yo! You're not dispelling the spell. You're.
Essentially what I'm attempting to do is deconstruct the object
Bypassing
the
it.
window, bypassing the spell, and then reconstructing it behind me, thereby not triggering the alarm.
In the Matrix.
Just fucking say yes, Matt. Just fucking say yes.
For the record, the alarm spell is activated when a creature enters the warded area. However, you cast the spell, and you are able to walk through the dismantled window like it wasn't even there.
Because it wasn't for a bit.
Basically.
Before the spell ends, he reconstructs the window just as it was.
That's fucking
You
next
are-
level thinking right there.
Yeah, study.
That
Gorgeous.
is awesome.
Fucking gorgeous.
He would have left one raven outside and the two who were circling to come in with him.
Okay.
That's big. That's
And
big brain thinking right there.
Between the three of them, begins to search the place. Directs one raven to go all the way to the top. One raven to search the floor he's currently on as he progresses, if there is one, towards the downwards, toward the cellar or something.
That is insane. I need to get my hands on that spell.
While that is happening, I will check in really quick with Baro as something has come to the attention.
It's so fucking dumb.
When Xanthi and Riley disappeared, a little guy was left behind.
He rolled 2 nat 20s for his goddamn saves. Are you shitting me?
Oh my god.
Baro is going to take little guy under his mantle as his new apprentice. He will walk away, leave the party behind, and start a new life with his new ninja little guy. The end.
Never have I been so mad at my dice in my life. Are you shitting me?
Riley just starts
I'm
teaching
so happy.
Xanthi Reflection for Mulan, and they just start singing it on the other side of the mirror.
Like, I just thought about it, like, oh, I have little guy. Because I keep thinking, like, I need to utilize him more. I'm like, wait, shit, does he also have to make the save? So I text him and I was like, lol, yeah. 2 fucking nat 20s.
That is adorable.
I'm so happy about it.
Me too.
He's like a good luck charm, but he takes all the luck.
He takes all of it.
Pours of luck for himself.
So, left to his own devices, little guy would just start wandering.
Is the street currently empty?
For the moment.
Baro is going to attempt to stand up and walk around the edge of the back of that building where he is, keeping his senses on the little guy. And he's going to attempt to just like tap his staff on the side wall of the building, like a little tap, and put the staff and just leave that bottom tip of the staff on the ground to see if the little guy will recognize him and like run up the staff and up to his shoulder.
With the tap, he kind of turns around, looks at you,
Licks his eyeball.
rotates so that his body's looking right at you, licks his eyeball, and after a moment, leaps into the air and glides to your staff and wanders up your arm to nestle.
As soon as he's there, Baro is back behind the building. Provided that, and he's still keeping his attention on the street.
So,
you little glow tail.
I would like to check in with Riley and Xanthi.
In the Shadow Realm.
Where the fuck did we go, Matt?
Yeah.
Both see in all directions an incredibly thick fog.
Xanthi immediately is holding out her hand and is like, Riley, take
Are
my
we
hand.
next to each other?
Are we?
Oh,
Mhm.
No.
Why not?
Fuck. Fuck.
All
Fuck.
right.
Oh,
Cool.
fuck.
Cool. Uh-huh.
Oh,
Can you hear each other?
fuck.
Uh-huh.
That's the next question.
Okay. I think what Riley does is her dad was an EMT. She's been taught on survival and things like that. The best way to be found is to stay put. So she just kind of sits crisscross on the floor and will actually go into that kind of meditative pose. And because I've been curious about this all goddamn night, as stated last session, Riley shut out Petrichor, and it's stayed like that.
uh-huh.
And heard a voice
Oh, God.
in her head.
Uh-huh.
And so in this pose, in somewhat of a similar manner to how she's seen, well, experienced Petrichor praying, even though it's not really praying, will just kind of in her head trying to reach out to whatever that might have been, will ask, "What do you mean lies?"
There's no response.
Cold-blooded.
Okay.
Can't reach outside these walls. He's a smooth operator. Smooth operator.
Xanthi's calling out to Riley at this point.
There is no response.
God damn it.
Can't hear each other.
You know those movies where it's like that weird echo where it's like if the voice isn't really reverberating off of something?
It's,
You mean like that one video I made?
Silent Hill.
Xanthi is going to just start walking.
Is this similar to that headspace that Petrichor and Riley were in for that vision?
Riley can make an Arcana check.
Oh God. Christ. I have no modifiers.
It's okay, neither does Xanthi, and she does magic.
15.
That's it. You got it exactly right. She does magic. She don't cast magic. She does it. It's innate.
Shh.
Anywhomst. You remember that, like, there was some terminology thrown around when you were, when you guys first got to this dimension, one that I know for sure was said is we need to wake up, implying that it was like a dream, and you could get that. In that moment, you were like, yeah, that felt like a dream. This doesn't feel like a dream. Xanthi, you start walking.
Yeah, she is walking. She is going to just... Hold on. I don't have anything that's like detect magic or anything like that, really. She's just gonna be walking and calling out to Riley.
Riley, you wait. And not even a voice in your head to keep you company. You hear nothing. Clucky!
Hey, that's me.
You eventually find a pyramid.
Hi! Pyramid! Hello, it's me, Clucky.
What you doing?
Yeah. As soon as he gets reaches the pyramid, he flies down to what I can only assume would be the entrance of the pyramid, to which his last instructions were to do scouting. And his way of scouting?
His way of scouting is...
I don't want to say it! middle, so he goes inside.
Well, there's two people standing outside.
It's crying for me. It's the crying. It's I don't want to say.
He's gonna. He's not good. Yeah, he starts walking towards these two individuals at the door. And tries to walk past.
As you get close, one of them literally puts up a hand to you and just goes, "Hold on, state your business."
I don't know what that means.
What are you doing here?
This is the museum, ain't it?
Some people call it that. It is the estate of High General Aristina Shadewatcher. She does have several antiquities.
Right.
That if you are allowed, she will let you peruse.
Why would I need to be allowed?
Because it's her house.
Oh, I thought this was a museum.
Also, it's late.
How can you tell? It's always dark here. How can you tell time?
With the timepiece.
What the fuck is a timepiece? Show me. Show me now. I want to see
Pull
this.
out like a small metal object with a glass face that has a glowing blue character of some kind on it.
Is that magic?
Yes.
I've never seen magic do that before.
Well, I mean, a lot of things. Magic can do a lot of things, and this one just.
Is there more magic inside? Can I go see?
Well, again, it's late.
What? That's.
And this
I
is
want to
this
see
is her
magic.
home. Just barging in, it's nice that she lets people see it, but I mean, she does have her own privacy.
Well, I was told to look into the museum. So I'm here to look into the museum, and so I need you to let me in, or find the general and tell her that I need to see inside.
Who told you to see inside the museum, and why?
So I can learn.
Learn what?
I don't know. Can I see inside? I want to see inside.
Tomorrow.
But it's too long, and I want Murray here. Can you go talk to her, please?
Who the hell are you?
I'm Clucky fucking McCluckerson.
Tarzan, I know that you're just saying it, but you're making me believe that Clucky's middle name is fucking. Every time you introduce yourself, it's Clucky fucking McCluckerson.
For all, I mean, Clucky could very well possibly believe fucking is his middle name.
I'm picturing.
Caliban just calls him that when he gets angry.
Yeah, God, Clucky
fucking McCluckerson. Yes! Oh my God! Yes, he believes his middle
You
name.
know, like, the middle name is only used when the parent is angry. So I could totally see Caliban. Clucky McCluckerson.
It's like that part of the Rugrats movie with the Wild Thornberries where you can hear Spike talking and he says his middle name is Spike Get Off the Couch or something like that.
Yes! Oh my God! That is awesome. Yeah, Clucky believes his middle name is fucking. That is so cool.
Clucky Lord.
Yeah, I'm Clucky fucking McCluckerson. I came here to learn. Go get the general. I need to see inside so I can learn.
Give me a persuasion check.
Let's see how well that does.
probably won't, but you never know.
That's a 4.
All right, listen.
You know what? I'm cashing in my inspiration.
Hey, love to see it.
Oh my god.
Because Clucky is very passionate about this. That's a lot better. 15.
Oh my god. We're screwed. We're absolutely screwed.
Yes.
15. I'm hot. Clucky, you're getting me hot, dude.
Yeah, you are.
I love playing this
The
character so
guards,
fucking
like,
much.
Both look at each other, and the one who's been quiet just kind of shrugs, and the other one just goes, "Oh."
Clucky
Listen,
just
you
looks
seem-
excited.
You seem like a nice guy. I'll ask. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll ask.
Just tell her that Clucky fucking Cluckerson is outside, and I'm sure she'll let me in.
For sure with the fucking. Yeah,
Clucky
never
McFuckin.
mind. I'll just. Clucky McFuckin?
Clucky fucking McCluckerson. Yeah. Sorry, I when I get excited, I start to jumble my words a little bit.
I see it. It's fine. Just wait
I'm
here.
already excited.
Let me go talk to her.
Please hurry.
You sound like you have to pee. Please hurry. Come on.
He's so excited. such a happy camper.
Instead of Clucky like being on the front page of the news of just him assaulting old people, it's just he gets killed by the greatest warrior in the night and disappears.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Minutes go by.
Oh, I'm so bored. I just want to go inside.
And after these few minutes, the guard returns.
Oh, hi.
Looks at you. The High
Well, out
General
with it.
will see you now.
Yes, hi. He just bolts in.
Hey, calm down. Follow me. Goodness gracious.
Hurry.
You should be worried that I'm going to fucking hurt you for trying to charge past me. She'll actually fucking kill you.
She is great of a warrior as everyone thinks she is.
Better.
Oh.
He leads you inside, and there is a rather large foyer area, and you can see that there are lots of pieces of art, lots of things decorating the walls, several armor stands or weapon racks, lots of things just, decorating absolutely all over the place. It's lit by a magically red tinted torch. And standing in the middle of the foyer in a robe
Smash.
is Arstina Shadewatcher. And
Hey, lady snoo.
she
Smash.
turns her gaze down at you as you enter, and the door shuts behind you.
Double smash.
Well, to what do I owe the pleasure of the champion of the Bone Pit gracing me this evening?
Hi. This place is huge. Hi, I'm Clucky fucking McCluckerson. I was told to come here to learn about this museum, and so I'm here. And this is so exciting. There's so much stuff here.
Learn
I heard
what
you have
exactly?
you have a really powerful sword, I believe, or a shield. I wanted to learn about either the sword or the shield. I don't remember exactly. Which one do you have? A sword or a shield?
No.
What does that mean? I'm here to learn.
Well, you don't need to learn about that.
But that doesn't answer my questions. You have a sword or a shield?
It doesn't matter because you are not going to see it.
Well, you do have a lot of other stuff here. Is there anything else in here as powerful as that sword or shield or whatever you have? I don't know. Suit of armor?
There are many powerful things in my house.
Huh. This is really. You got a really nice place. It's better than the Pointer's place that I stay at currently.
Oh yes, because you are staying with Solark and Noctis.
Who?
Solark and Noctis.
Is that Pointer's? I don't listen. I don't even know you. Aristine? Is that how you say your name? He can't. He's not good with names.
She looks very confused and conflicted.
2 insults back to back, might I add. I'm just saying.
I don't.
You really are this daft, aren't you?
Well, I've only seen 4 seasons. Four summers, 4 springs, 4 falls, 4 winters. Haven't really
So
had
they did
a lot
not
of.
send a simpleton, they sent a child.
I'm not small. Child, hatchlings like the hatchling in my family. They're small, yeah, but I'm not a hatchling. I don't know how stuff works, but yeah, I've only the hatchling said I am 4 years old. Is that right?
You tell me if it's right. I don't know how old you are.
Well, I've only seen 4 summers, 4 winters, 4 springs, and 4 falls.
So
I don't know.
that would mean
It's a lot of 4s.
right.
So 4.
Very good.
Oh,
Clucky fucking McCluckerson.
aye, that's me. That's the name my papa gave to me.
Clucky, can you tell me what you and your friends are doing?
I came here to learn, and
No, not what they told you to do when you came here. What are you and your friends doing?
I don't know what they're doing. I'm here.
I mean, in general, like as on the whole.
Oh, we lost the blind one. So we initially went all out to go find him. Then the hatchling told me to learn about this place, so I came here to learn. And then the hatchling and the broken one and the pointing ears went looking for the blind one.
Perhaps this blind one took one too many hits to the head and just wandered off.
I did hit him pretty hard, yeah.
You did hit him very hard.
Um,
With some excellent form, I might add.
Thank you. I felt really bad about it. I didn't want it to hurt him as bad as I did, but I got a little angry when he hurt me. Do you get angry whenever? Do you? I mean, when was the last time you fought? I don't. Do you? How old are you?
I don't think that I should say the number because I don't think that it will help.
Huh.
So I'm just going to tell you very old.
Okay. All right. So you have you seen a lot of battles like me? You fought a lot
Probably
like
more.
me. Oh. I don't know if I should say this, but I've been wanting. I heard about you, and I've been wanting to fight you because you sound really powerful, and I thought it would be a fun fight, more so than fighting the blind one because he's small and kind of frail. Not frail. He's stronger than he looks, honestly. But against you, I wouldn't have to hold back, and it would be a true test of strength, and it would be so much fun, honestly.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
That one's cocked. I'm gonna reroll that one. All right, the first one's better, anyways. 16.
You think it would be fun to fight me?
I mean, you're built pretty strong. You're bigger than most people I've fought before, and I mean, I've fought big ass fucking wolves and wrestled them to the ground. I fought. What else have I fought? I fought the well, I didn't get to fight that big flying lizard thing, but we fought some redskin. He was incredibly strong. That fight hurt quite a bit, but the blind one stole his sword. That was fucking cool. I fought a truck. Somebody called it a truck. I don't know what a truck means, but it was a big metal box. I flipped it over. That was pretty cool. But yeah, a fight between me and you would be probably one of the best fights I could probably think of in a while at this point now. I haven't fought really anything that scary.
You know that when I fight people, they die.
I mean, most people I fight don't tend to live long. I think the blind one is the exception. Yeah, actually, yeah, the blind one is the only person that I fought and lived. Holy shit. I used to make hats too out of some of the people that I've killed. I still have actually this, and he pulls out the coyote head. I made a hat out of this little
She
fella.
gives you a look thinking that you are just like skinning people, and then you pull out a coyote head, and she's like, oh, animals.
Not yet, at least. But yeah, I fought, they called it Apocalypse Dimension, and I don't know exactly what this thing is. It's a dog of some kind. The strange one called it a coyote, and he didn't really put up much of a fight, but he makes a great hat. Do you want him?
Mr. McCluckerson.
Aye.
She looks you up and down and starts to turn away. And then she pauses and says, "Come back tomorrow."
Okay. That's fair. How do you get, what time? I don't, how do you tell time here? Oh yeah, the magic time? Magic time, that's right. How do I get a magic time?
You probably have to buy one. You're talking about a timekeeper, yes?
I don't know. Where can I find one? Do you have one I can trade you for? I got a hat. I made it myself.
Baron will give you his.
Oh, okay.
And the guard
Who's
who's
Baron?
been standing at the door just goes, "What?"
Yes! He just walks up to him with his hand out. Give me your time, please. Thank you.
He rolls his eyes and puts it in your hand.
And he sets the coyote hat on his head. There you go. Thank you. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. At what time?
Tomorrow, after midday, it will be at 3 on the timepiece.
What is that?
I will see you then, Clucky. And she turns and starts walking away.
All right, I'll ask the point.
Baron turns you and starts escorting you out.
Bye, tall lady. I'll see you tomorrow.
This is everything that I hoped it would be.
This is why we can't leave Clucky alone.
It turned out better than I was expecting.
Do you go home? Well, not home.
Before he turns to the guy who he just gave a hat to. My hat's name is Steven. He's a good boy. Take care of it. Wash him, and thank you for your metal piece. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. And
don't mention it, please.
Bye. He just fucking.
You start heading back to Souls.
Yep.
Is that all
back.
you do?
Oh shit! No, he would call back to Riley. Oi, hatchling. What?
I said, "What do you say?" And then you said, "Oi, hatchling." So I was waiting for you to finish.
Oh yeah, no, that's all he would say.
Oh.
Oi, hatchling.
The hatchling doesn't respond.
Well, on his way back, he knows his way back to the shop for sure. So he would make his way back to the shop and just keep an eye out for signs of pointed ears, blind one, broken one, or the hatchling. On his way back.
So, a pair of investigation checks for your ravens, which would have a -4 to
What
their roll.
What the fuck good
buddy.
is having a raven? If it doesn't
Listen,
have perception
No, this is investigation.
or investigate. Well, I mean, okay. They like
That's
shiny
on-
things, okay? So I would think that they'd be able to like spot shit a mile away and be like, okay.
Clucky's
investigate.
carrying a lot of shiny things.
Okay, all right. Rolls. Here we go.
Come on,
First-
find his fight.
First one's a nat 20.
Ooh,
We love to
smash.
see it.
Well, that's
Oh,
16.
shit. Hang on.
Doesn't count if it's on the floor. Oh God, what were you getting?
He falls to the floor, so not 20.
I can't see it. All right, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll my other tiny die here. Also nat 20.
Let's give it up for the companions of the group. Really coming through.
Only time they need to.
And whenever we go to the next dimension, they will be the only ones who made it.
Yeah, we're just going to
Next
to
party
switch.
we all play as crows.
Yeah, I was about to say we're just going to switch over to playing a familiar problem where you're all
Second, yeah.
familiars.
Second half of the campaign is going to be called "Oops, All Familiars."
Listen, if I get to play little guy, I'm fine with that. I am fine with that.
Either that or it's going to be
Or the
Borrow
little
and
guy go on an
Companion.
adventure.
He's going to make his own Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Names for all these ravens.
You haven't named him yet?
I mean, it's just
Little
a
guy
spell
murder.
that just conjures. No, I haven't named them yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you sent
260.
one to look at the upper floor and one to look at the lower floor, yes?
One to search this floor while
Okay.
I proceed down.
Okay. So the one that is on the lower floor, looking around, it is very much so set up for entertainment purposes. There is wide open spaces, a dining hall, a grand entranceway. There's a small ballroom. No, he doesn't dance. There's a room for displaying things, but everything in there is they're all just like, it's just fancy stuff, not really like stuff that's like powerful or anything like that, just fancy. There's it's just all fucking show. All right, the floor that you're on, there is a couple of different rooms, like a study. There's several bedrooms for what you don't know. As far as you know, Jerry lives alone. There's like a type of meeting or conference room, if you will. There's a very lavish bath, and then there is a room that has a very large vault.
And nothing from the raven who went up.
Oh, third floor?
Yeah.
That's just like kind of attic space for the most part. So it's just like crates and boxes and, different thing, like stuff that's, got covered with that white cloth, like furniture that hasn't been used in who knows how long. And yada, 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 basically.
That raven in particular, just going to do a cursory check to see if there's anything magical in. Well, I guess he doesn't have magic sense. If there's anything glowing or particularly shiny up there that's left uncovered.
Nope.
Okay. And then he's gonna summon that raven back to him to perch on his shoulder, or both ravens will perch on his shoulder as he proceeds to the vault. That is going on. Try to find this dice.
Apologies. Did you say you were going for the vault?
Correct, Mundo.
Okay. So it's basically like a large empty room, and then one of the walls is like a large vault door.
Okay.
Are you
Checking if it's magical. So without touching it.
how are you checking if it's magical?
Okay. How did I perceive there was an alarm spell there?
You did an Arcana check for the alarm spell.
Okay.
And you were like kind of like looking to see up close and personal if there was any like sigils and stuff on it or whatever the case may be. And then you caught, I believe that the key component of the alarm spell is actually a silver thread. So that's what you kind of picked up on.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna try to attempt to do the same kind of sensory perception with that.
Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh God. Okay. That is 18 plus 1 for a 19.
You lucky fuck.
Ah!
Literally said it, fucking 18.
Oh.
But that's not from the door. Anyway, you make it up to the door and you start looking around on it. Go ahead, give me that Arcana check.
Well, had to run out sometime. That was a nat 1.
That's just an Arcana check, thankfully.
Right.
Oz. If I told you to describe how you completely and utterly fail a check to find something magical on a vault door that was trapped, how would you describe this complete utter failure?
First, I would ask, what is this room comprised of? Is there anything else in this room? It's just a bare room. Is it?
There's like a couple like rolling carts, you would think, to bring things to the vault and then take things out of the vault if they are of sufficient size or weight. But that's it. They're like off to the side.
I would say, knowing the goose and making an Arcana check, I would say Soul goes both deaf and blind for like a split second. Like there is a magical feedback in his head, as if like some kind of force is pushing in to try and disorient.
I'll take that. You get up close, you start looking, and you don't see anything at first, and it's when you go, you're like, wait a minute, is that something? And you go to like double check, that you get too close, and like a static shock, there is that connection between your fingers and the vault door that has a flash and a very loud bang sound. And not only are you deaf and blind, but you are knocked back 15 feet and prone.
Okay.
And as you are trying to recoil from this going bad, Xanthi, you have been just walking in the same direction, and you can't tell how long you've been walking. and nothing has changed.
All right, so Xanthi at this point, she's like, okay, if there's anybody here, I'm gonna try and find a way for them to at least like see if anybody can see anything. She's going to cast lightning lure upwards toward the sky just to put in a spark into the to see if whether the sound alone, if like see how it would travel or echo, and then also just for anyone to hear it and like maybe even the bright light.
There is a flash of light. There is a loud sound. You throw your energy straight up, and the sound again reverberates really weird. And as far as you are aware, honestly, the light from the lightning lure seems to extend past where you can normally see. Like, you can see it actually pierce through some of the fog, and there's still just more fog.
Xanthi at this point is going to start getting worried. She is just going to start aggressively, I would say she'd start aggressively running at this point and just yelling out, mainly calling out for Riley, just trying to find them, or anyone for that matter, just like screaming out to any of her party, because at this point she feels absolutely and utterly alone, and for the first time in a very long time, and it terrifies her.
Borrow. You hear footsteps. And as these footsteps approach and eventually get pretty close to the goose's roost, you hear a low chuckle, followed by a sort of, I don't know how you describe that sigh, sort of the one that comes after a laugh, you know, the oh. All right. Show me cell number 5. Riley, at this moment in front of you, a window roughly the size of a mirror is in front of you, and you see Jerry the Goose looking in on you. Oh, this is rich. This is exactly what nobody expected. How many more of your friends are in here with you? Let's find out. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Gotta work fast. Oh,
I'm gonna work.
I love that nobody else gets the description of what was happening to Riley during that bit of time. Matt's the only one that knows.
And of course, Matt ends the session like that. God damn it!
You know what? We'll open with that next week.
Hell yeah.
Oh dear God.
Just to really set the tone.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes.
You know?
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Xanthi's
yes.
gonna just
Uh-huh.
try and fucking throw hands at this point. Like, she's
Uh-huh.
Angies.
Uh-huh.
Clucky had a good day.
Thank you all very much for tuning in, whether you're watching us live on Twitch or if you are watching this later on YouTube. I know I will be, because I do that every week. So, again, thank you very much. Tune in tomorrow for, Tales of Varden. Tune in Tuesday, the day after Christmas, for Edge of the Empire, and then we'll be back next week with the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. I have been your Dimension Master, Matt, and we will see you next time.
Bye.